Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Welcome. It's Wednesday. My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
There's Mary Santora.
Hi, guys. No babies.
And Poundcake's back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
We'll have an all-new Poundcake sports break later on today. And I believe a new installment of the Poundcake podcast has dropped.
Mm-hmm.
What's that one called?
Swalloween
Spook Take. This guy.
It's a lot to handle.
Subtlety, thy name is Poundcake. Well, there it is for you. I guess I won't ask you to tease it, since I guess I know what it might be about.
Well, we talked about it yesterday.
Way to promote it, bud.
But anywho, okay. Good talk. If you'd like to join us on the phone, we'd love to have you. 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007, 35192 if you want to shoot a text. For those of us who didn't commit yesterday's conversations to memory, present company included, what did we talk about yesterday that would refer to me to the Poundcake podcast today?
We were talking about supernatural experiences, how our families have a little bit of, I guess, telekinesis or like.
We're talking about that on air yesterday?
On yesterday's show?
Yes, we talked about it yesterday. And we talked about
Mary and I are both casting each other curious glances.
It's super long. I said this one is 80 minutes long because we just got carried away. Fancy is on it.
We talked about your podcast yesterday on the show, but we didn't, the four of us, talk about supernatural experiences. Did we?
No, we did not.
I brought it up in... I don't think we talked about it. I brought it up when I
just said we talked about it yesterday on the show.
Well, I brought it up, and then that was that.
Not only does Poundcake not listen to the show, he pretends conversations that were had on the show. He remembers conversations that didn't happen on the show.
I feel like I can, just from the conversations we've had about it in the past, I can guess at least 3 of the situations that Poundcake is talking about.
There was the ghost bag that watched him masturbate.
Yep.
Ghost bag?
His mother saw a pterodactyl on the highway.
I was going to go with the mother breaking the glass.
Right. Mom broke the glass with her mind.
And then your grandma seeing ghosts.
My grandmother seeing ghosts. I didn't bring up that one. I talked about the phone in the basement. That was off the hook.
Oh, phone in the basement. Yeah, that one.
And
Good
then
fun.
we were talking about what happens when we die, what we think happens when we die, and like what we would like to happen. Medium, spiritual stuff, graveyards, and things of that nature.
So where does the Swalloween part come in?
I don't have Halloween.
Gay stuff.
Yeah, and gay stuff. Because we did talk about that stuff too.
All right, that's fine. I wondered if maybe there was more to it than that, or if it was just staring me right there in the face.
We were talking about if someone was murdered in like a bathhouse or something like that. Are they still gay in the afterlife? Do you still have to be haunted by a disgusting, nasty room or somewhere where you were like murdered brutally? Like, do you still have to haunt that one room if you don't want to?
Well, that's what people believe, right? It seems that from the ghost shows that my wife watches, that people are. I think that's the common understanding is that ghosts, if you believe in them, are confined to wherever they died because they have, quote, unfinished business. How they will finish that business, I never know.
Moving silverware.
Is that what it is?
Or breaking, glass.
We did. We did talk about something horrible that I think is worse than being a ghost or like the afterlife is if you
being ignored on Instagram.
No, I do that all the time, so I'm used to it. But if you could realize that you were dead and there was nothing you could do about it, that is misery to me.
What do you mean that you fly around the universe?
I'm not talking about that. I'm saying like if you are dead, you can still think like, oh my gosh, I'm dead, but I can't move, I can't talk. You just see black, but your mind is still working and you know that you're dead. And all you feel is cold. You're trapped in a box for all
like
these.
Your body's dead before your brain is.
Or like your brain just like there's some type of, I guess, a little bit of brain activity
where juice left in the battery,
where you can realize that you're dead, but there's nothing you can do about it.
Comas are?
This is what I kind of dream of.
I don't know this is what comas are, but there are people who have been under anesthesia and it renders them immobile, but they feel everything.
And that's what I'm afraid of.
It's kind of a version of that. That would be awful.
I don't want to feel everything, but I don't mind the idea of just like you're just sitting in a box in darkness being like, I don't have anything to do
for
today.
Eternity?
I got nothing to do today. I don't have anything to do tomorrow.
That's
I got a nice free schedule.
So this isn't your brain working.
Never been busy.
You're saying this would be like some kind of spiritual consciousness.
I don't know.
And I'm losing weight.
I don't know what you would call it, but if
it wouldn't be your brain. Your brain is a function of your physical body.
Okay, well then yeah, if there was some stream of consciousness where you could say, oh my gosh, I'm dead and I'm in this I'm still in this box, like I'm still in the coffin. I can't see, I can't hear, but you can think to yourself,
what if you were cremated?
Then I don't know. But I'm just thinking if your body's in
this
the ground.
is for burials only.
Plot twist. Burials only.
Yeah,
I
think.
Or you can think like, wow, why is my daughter shoving me in this furnace? What you doing? Like, but you can't say anything.
But you know what she's doing. You're dead.
Yeah, you're dead.
That's what happens
you're
next.
dead. What you doing?
Now,
if you're alive and your daughter is shoving you into an oven, yes, then that's a perfectly appropriate conversation to have.
Grateful. Put me in this little crate.
Anybody seen a movie called The Empty Man?
No.
I watched it last. It's too long. It's about 2 hours and 15 minutes long. It's got like this bloated prologue that I don't know what it sets up. It's kind of wild though. It's kind of one of those Mothman prophecies type movies, where there's a cult and there's a cop and there's a missing girl and it's pretty wild. I've for people who are familiar with it, I don't think it's like a creepypasta story. They were making Slender Man movies left and right for a while that all look pretty lame. This movie kind of came and went under the radar called The Empty Man, about these kids that learn about this urban legend and it takes some very strange twists and turns and it's got a relatively ambiguous ending, which I like. I like when a movie just ends and you go, well, I don't know what that was supposed to be.
But
the worst way for movies to end.
Oh, yeah?
It's like for someone who thinks watching TV is a waste of time, if I put 2 hours into a movie and then I'm like,
and they go, and
are
that's
you
that.
kidding me?
Oh, man.
I would be so mad. I
Well,
have been mad.
I'm not always a fan of that, but things like this where they're kind of supernatural in nature anyway, so they're inherently ambiguous. There's
guess.
There's not necessarily a,
But you're like, Squid Game is so slow. This plot, I don't need plot development. Let's keep it moving. And then you're like, I like it when things just end.
And then I watch a 2-hour movie where things just end without any actual ending.
Well, first of all,
it's just over.
2 hours versus 8 hours of Squid Game.
It's the same time.
I haven't continued Squid Game. We stopped at episode 2, I think, and we haven't continued. But
I have a question.
Okay.
I'm sorry to be off topic, but I'm really kind of concerned because I've been putting in trouble tickets, I guess, wrong this entire time. I submitted a trouble ticket for the phone, and they just got back to me, talked about, sorry, but you'll need to reach out to iHeart support on this. They should be able to help you regarding this issue.
How are you putting in an incorrect trouble ticket?
That's what I'm thinking. I thought there was
Were
only one.
you misrepresenting the nature of our trouble?
No, I did it through the app the way you're supposed to.
Yeah, I don't know how you're supposed to do it. I don't know.
They go, sorry, this is my job, so they just pawn it off on someone else.
Yeah.
It sounds like you actually did it right.
They're like, here's the 1-800 number. I'm like, isn't that you?
Yeah, aren't you the 800 number?
They literally sent it okay, but whatever.
All right, well, submit the new one, and, we'll continue as we have been. As long as I can pick them up in here, that's fine. I can go into them blind as long as I can pick them up. I've got to take a break here. Next chance for you to grab some money. By the way, 2:30 is going to be the next keyword for you to go fund yourself. You'll have 5 chances to do that today, 30 past every hour. So listen for those keywords because there are plenty of them coming. If you want to get a text in here on the break for anything else, 35192, and we'll be back.
This is the Alan Cox Show. Every
WMMS.
Cavaliers start up tonight on MMS. The regular season begins in Memphis for Cleveland against the Grizzlies. That's an 8 o'clock tip here on WMMS. Home opener set for Friday night. You play the Charlotte Hornets, and then you can maybe wave and say hi to Bill on Saturday night when the Cavs play the Hawks, if you see him there. But tip-off tonight at 8 o'clock here on MMS. If you're in town, not near radio, you can, of course, listen on the iHeartRadio app for all of your Cavaliers action. I think that from the looks of it, I think that the Cavs and the Grizzlies are pretty well matched. They're both 0-0. And so, two teams that are really, really...
It's a statement game.
really right where they should be.
Cavs are better than the Lakers right now, so take that, LeBron.
How do you like?
Still happy about that move there?
Them apples. Who's he got? Anthony Davis and one of the ball boys?
Russell Westbrook. No balls on it.
Okay. Kevin Durant?
No Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant's
he's
on
the Nets. Right.
He's got Carmelo Anthony.
Melo, back in the mix. All right.
Kent Bazemore.
All right. Speaking of the Cavaliers, Delonte West got arrested. Did you see that? He was in. Yeah, for a while you heard about how Delonte West was like in a halfway house or something. And, it's not a.
Well,
anyone will tell you recovery is not a straight line. But
there was a story where he got helped out by Mark Cuban. He was working for the Mavericks.
Yeah.
And he seemed to be doing better, but.
He got arrested in Boynton Beach, Florida, which I think is in the Palm Beach area.
Stay out of Florida.
And the cops were called because there was a guy screaming and banging on the door of an apartment building lobby, holding an open can of Ice House beer and an open bottle of mango vodka in the other hand.
Nice mixture.
And so is it?
Yeah, it's like a little mango
Ice-a-rita?
mimosa.
A mango vodka ice-a-rita. Officers said that he started walking away and still screaming, and they asked him to stop. And he didn't stop. So he put the booze on the sidewalk, but then he stood back up and he put his hands inside the waistband of his pants. This guy's lucky he's still alive, quite frankly, in Florida. And then they told him to get on his knees and whip the taser out. And he was still screaming at him, and so they got him on a drunken disorderly. Resisting an officer without violence. So what is that, just verbal? Maybe. What is resisting an officer without violence?
Maybe passively?
Passive resistance. Yeah. He's just out there with one gloved fist in the air.
Well, just you're not following their commands, but you're not being aggressive about it.
He was released on bail at 5:30 this morning. So they're still trying to figure out Delonte West, this poor son of a bitch, he's not even 40 years old yet. And he's still trying to figure some things out down there in Florida. By the way, everybody's hitting me up about this Brian Laundrie thing. They called the Sarasota County ME and a cadaver dog down to a park in Florida because they found several items belonging to Brian Laundrie. So I think some people are kind of jumping ahead here and saying that they found his body. That's not what I read. Frankly, I think this is a diversionary tactic. This guy knows what he's doing. Well, A, I think this guy's already dead. B, this could have been a diversionary tactic. You just, you leave some of your things around. And then they go, ooh, hey, look at that. It's a wallet.
We're on the trail.
Hey, we're on the trail. Hey, it's an ill-fitting Henley.
You throw him off, yeah.
There you go. Look at this. There's SPF 45 for his head. Hey, look at this. There's a lack of razors. He left some things around here.
A lack of razors. He left a lack of razors.
There's no razors. That must mean it's him.
They didn't find any. They didn't find any. That's a lack of razors. Does this guy look like he needs them? So the cops called his parents or something, and so they went down to look in this park. After a brief search off of a trail that he frequented, they found some articles belonging to him. They say. Now, what those articles were about, I don't know. Could have been reading the I Ching for all I know. Dog-eared copy out there on the trail. Is that what they mean?
No, that's not.
Oh.
I think he might
He
have
wrote
been.
the articles.
Yeah, he was practicing to,
It was a
be a
scathing
journalist.
op-ed on the Met Gala, and he left it right there for everyone to read.
Here's what I think about Kanye's mask.
Mm-hmm. Here's my unpopular opinion on domestic violence. So the medical examiner's been called to the scene. Pasco County's got a cadaver dog there, and they're trying to figure out if they're going to find a body. They, of course, determined that Gabby Petito was a homicide, that she died by strangulation.
If you're in that situation, you were in the heat of the moment and you strangled someone to death, do you turn yourself in and go to jail, or do you just try and stay out on the lam as long as you can?
I would never survive.
I would never get so mad as to strangle somebody.
Well, that's not.
I know, I'm not an angry person
We're
either,
not
but-
there.
Okay, you're saying if.
Well, this is an if, yes. And we're not. We're saying you did it.
Well, then you're already asking me to make a huge leap, Bill. How would I possibly know what I would do next after something I would never do?
You have to do a leapa.
You have to do a leapa in judgment. Yeah, I don't know what I would do. I think I would probably...
Dua Lipa.
Yeah, who wants to be on the lam? Like, I don't know what I'm doing. You know, they're like, oh, this guy knows how to survive in the woods. I don't.
Neither do I.
So, no.
I would hope they'd cut me a deal or something. Come back and be like, hey, this is what happened. I'm not a good liar anyway. So even if I ran and then
I'm
they
a great
caught
liar,
me,
but still, it's like crimes of passion. You know, crimes of passion in the legal system, there seems to be sometimes some latitude there.
I feel like you get the most. They take it the easiest on you when you just straight up are like, here's what happened.
Yes.
I did it. I didn't, I didn't mean it. We
Right.
just were fighting.
And I'm white, so I'm halfway there already.
right.
Yeah, I can't imagine going on the lam. I mean, the only reason he did is because he supposedly knew his way around the woods. Or like to hike these trails.
I'd go the hide in plain sight route.
This thing was effed up
Dye my
from
hair.
the jump, though.
Shave my beard. I mean, I'm unrecognizable when I don't have this beard. Like,
Boy, you are not kidding.
Bowl cut Bill does not look like bearded Bill.
No.
You could just dress up like your license picture. Just wear a button up, buttoned all the way up to the top.
Yeah.
You could go door to door.
Yes.
And people would be like,
I'd
this
be like-
Mormon.
You could hop
I'd be
on
like, I'm
every
Bill
short
Squire. And
bus
they're like,
you saw.
No, you're not.
You could hide in plain sight in that getup.
That's the way I'd do it.
But this situation jammed
Because
up.
also, if you have the bowl cut, it's so uncomfortable to look at that people don't want to notice you.
Right.
Or
They do
they
notice.
stare too long.
But they
you
stare
could
too
be
long.
doing yourself a disservice
But
there.
they stare too long, but also they go, I don't like it.
Yes, but the bowl
It's
cut.
to make fun of you. It's not to be like, he's a suspect.
But also, no one would look at that person and go, maybe that's Bill Squire. They couldn't look less alike.
But my point is, if you have an untraditional, is that a word?
Non-traditional?
Non-traditional haircut.
Sure.
An untraditional
Language is fluid.
haircut. If you have a non-traditional haircut, that is going to make people stop and stare at you. Where if you had this hair, just a different color, I wouldn't look twice. But if someone's rocking the way you looked last year, 2 years ago,
Right, but if you didn't know, like if you had never seen me do that before.
I would
would
stare
you-
longer at you
Right,
with
but
that looking like that
You
than
would stare
I would.
longer at me, but would you be able to make the connection?
I think
I don't know.
I think people would look, and then they would look as long as it took them to get uncomfortable, which would be pretty quick. And then they'd be like, "Well, I don't want to stare at that person. Clearly,
Yeah.
they're
going through
touched in the
something.
head.
Something going on.
Something's going on."
Especially if I was wearing the driver's license outfit all the time
Mm-hmm.
with the buttoned-up shirt, like a buttoned-up shirt tucked into sweatpants that are over my belly button.
Yeah.
I was gonna say pulled all the way
Yeah.
up. Put the sweatpants string around your neck, actually, and wear like suspenders.
If he went full Sling Blade, nobody would think twice.
Yeah. Kind of hunch a lot.
You mutter to yourself.
Mm-hmm.
No, being overly friendly is the way to go in that situation
Because
too.
people will be like, get away from me.
Yes.
Until you meet someone like me at the grocery store who's like, come here, man.
I don't.
Let's hang out.
Mary cracks the whole case.
You're gonna be like, oh, I did a good deed today. I was nice to that special guy.
Right. He seemed oddly familiar.
But how long do you keep that up?
long as I have to.
A lot of these people who go on the lam,
What does that mean?
I don't know what the original etymology of it is, but I mean, you're on the run.
Okay, I have never heard on the lamb. I've heard on the run.
You never heard on the lam? It's
No.
old timey.
Yeah.
I don't know what.
Do people ride lambs into the sunset? when they
LAM,
were-
not LAMB. Yeah, on the lam.
Lost, alone,
In flight from the police. of uncertain origin.
It's
Okay.
got to be an acronym.
Somehow, possibly, the first element of lambast, which was used in British slang for beat. Okay, anyway. But a lot of times, whether they catch these guys, because what happens, even if these guys go on to have another full life, they'll catch some guy who's been on the run for 40 years, married, has grown kids, and they finally show up at the door, and he goes, "Thank God you are here." He's like, "I've been running for however long. I'm over it. I had a life." Of course, at that point, they want to get away from the wife and kids. But before that, some of these guys, they're like, I'd rather get 3 hots in a cot. I'll take my chances.
I mean, yeah.
But I think if if this kid had, he could have buried her or something, and then run to the cops and said he couldn't find her. Or,
How bad is jail going to be for you if you go in killing your significant other?
Not bad at
That's
all. You
what
know how
I
many
mean.
guys are in there? Yeah,
They're in there. A
yeah.
lot of people are in there for the same thing. Now I know
My uncle in there chilling.
Right. I know that
Calls every holiday, and we still don't want to give him no money.
that when people go in for like crimes against kids, that they'll get like other inmates will.
But they're in there
beat the crap out of them, and
they're in there
that
for the
like
same reason.
But not
No,
against
kids are different than
and
adults.
like security guards will look the other way. I've known one person who's gone to jail, and this is what they told me.
Well,
So-
what you always hear, though, is that people on the inside don't take kindly to people who have hurt kids or rapists, which
Yeah.
I always thought was weird because there's a lot of rape out there. Prisons are full of rapists. There was an article in Cleveland in the Plain Dealer about the oldest inmates in the state of Ohio. They had the 10 oldest inmates in the state of Ohio, and the oldest was a 96-year-old rapist.
when was his last rape?
40 years ago. I mean, it was a
I
long
was like,
time
he
ago.
wasn't like 4 years ago.
Last
He was
rape.
94-year-old rapist.
Yeah, they
No,
just
no, no.
caught him.
Just got him.
On the
tough to
lam.
catch.
Yeah, I've been on the lam for 50 years.
But I feel like they have to look down on somebody because they're like on the
It's
fringe.
people who hurt kids.
But I'm saying like those inmates like are on the fringes of society themselves. So they're like, but no matter what I did, I may have been a serial killer, but I'm not a rapist. Like I'm not a child molester.
Well, rapists and child molesters are two different things. I mean, I don't know if there's any thinking, feeling person who looks at someone who hurts kids and goes, "Yeah, that's all right." But
Yeah, you're probably
prisons
cool.
are full of rapists.
Yeah.
But what I'm
I've not
saying
heard
is a lot of they don't put the child molesters in like with the murderers. Like they put them in a ward all them.
I don't know
all by
what they
themselves.
do. Your uncle's a murderer. Where do they put him?
With the other murderers. They're like, oh, what you in for?
It's sectioned off by crime? By what you did?
I believe so because they don't want a
Well,
lot
then
of.
why do they ask what are you in for? They're all in for the same thing.
I think that's just for the
It's
movies.
for movies.
for the movies.
You know you're in Ward
well,
F is for...
I think that there's some thinking that goes into it because they don't want rival gangs in the same like ward or the same cell. So I think they decide that
They don't
before
put
you
the
go
Aryan
in.
Nation in with MS-13. I've got to give you some money here. It's $1,000. Maybe you need it for bail. Maybe you need it for something fun. Whatever. Maybe you just want to sock it away. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. So listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword BAG to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's BAG to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
For our listeners in Wisconsin and or Minnesota, the word is bag.
Oh.
It's still spelled B-A-G. It is pronounced bag.
Bag. I'm going to Wisconsin in 2 weeks. I just booked it last night.
Oh, good for you.
Doing a college gig.
All the way to Wisconsin for a college. They have colleges in Wisconsin?
They have at least one.
Wow.
She's you.
University of
Which
Wisconsin.
UW you going to?
Stout.
Well, that's up there.
No, it's 90 minutes from Minnesota. From Minneapolis.
Yeah.
From Minneapolis.
It's up there.
No, it's straight across.
Is it? What am I thinking of? I dated a girl who went to Stevens Point.
Menominee.
That's way up there.
Menominee. I
Do,
don't know.
do.
Yes.
Menominee.
UW Stout. Okay.
Yeah. It's
Oh, it's in Menominee.
Yeah.
I see.
So it's not far from Minneapolis.
It's right on Lake Menomin.
Hey, weird.
Yeah, okay.
But I'll be sure to say big in my set. There's a person doing an hour of comedy before I do an hour of comedy.
Mm-hmm.
So I
Yeah,
don't know
it
how
is
this
up
is gonna
there.
go.
It's up there in Wisconsin.
It's not that
It's east of
high.
Minneapolis.
Yeah.
You're almost to the top of the state. You're almost to Lake Superior.
Okay, so maybe, yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking from like where I grew up at the state line.
Yeah,
you know?
that makes sense. Okay.
Right. You're up the road to Milwaukee. Stout's up there.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's why they named a beer after it.
Oh.
Because you drink that and you feel.
A cold black heart, like the color of the beer.
Yeah. Sure. All right. What's the name of the venue up there at Stout?
I don't know. It's just at the college.
The EW Wimby Hall or something like that?
Something stupid.
Yeah.
It's going to be me.
Someplace
Student
that's
services.
not ideal.
Well, the guy that
They'll
I'm.
put you right next to an auditorium. Like,
Yeah,
"Wait,
you're in the
We thought
hallway."
we put you by the ping pong tables.
That's where the kids tend to gather.
Can we use the stage over here? Oh, I didn't know about that.
It's a little riser in the corner with a microphone.
The guy who's going before me is a guitar comic, and I have a feeling I'm not going to do very well.
By following him, you don't think you'll do very well?
Well, we are each doing an hour, and it's hard enough to do 1 hour for 7 people. So doing 2 hours for 7 people, I feel like it's going to be the Great Hall at Memorial Student Center.
Okay. Well, do you know the name of the guy that you're following?
I do, but after just calling him a guitar comic hack, I don't know that I should.
Oh, I didn't hear hack. You didn't say hack. You said it was a guitar
like
comic.
That was kind of in the.
It was implied? No, I mean, I would imagine that there are some very funny guitar comics.
We love Stephen Lynch on this show.
Stephen Lynch.
Okay, but okay, maybe I'm a little too.
It's not Stephen Lynch, is it? Uh-oh.
It is Stephen.
Ooh, you
If
are
it's
going to have a
Stephen
hard time
Lynch, I want to
following
go
that.
with you.
Yeah, that's right.
No,
I don't even want to.
but yeah, we will. We'll see how that goes.
All right. Well, you see Facebook is going to change their name? That'll do it. That'll take care of everything. Because Mark Zuckerberg's got this fakakta notion that he wants to turn the company away from social media into just being all around you all the time. People go, you know what? Facebook is too invasive in life. And he goes, hold my beer. We're going to make it so you can't get away from it. He calls it a metaverse company. He wants it to go from just being on your phone and your laptop to being everywhere. Because don't they own Oculus?
Yes.
So they're trying to get everybody walking around with these dumbass VR goggles. He's like, I don't want you sitting in your basement playing Call of Duty on these. I want you living your life with these. So you have tan lines around your eyes.
No, you
when
have
you get
to
home
you have to go outside to have tan lines. This is going to be you staying home with the Oculus goggles on and interacting in a virtual world. This is going to be what do they call it in Ready Player One? The Oasis?
Oh, the Oasis.
Yes, he wants the Oasis.
You know, what virtual and augmented reality can do, and what the metaverse broadly is going to help people experience, is a sense of presence that I think is just much more natural in the way that we're made to interact. And I think it'll be more comfortable. The interactions that we have will be a lot richer. They'll feel real. In the future, instead of just doing this over a phone call, you'll be able to sit as a hologram on my couch, or I'll be able to kind of sit as a hologram on your couch, and we'll be able to. It'll actually feel like we're in the same place, even if we're in different states. Or nerd alert! Nerd alert!
I like how he goes, it'll really feel more organic, like a real interaction.
I hate this.
Oh, you mean how normal people would interact with each other, you mean?
This is how he feels with all his interactions.
Sure.
Right now, like he feels like they're all
does not
uncomfortable and weird.
Yeah, because
he
he's
wants
a
us all to
geek.
experience them the way he does.
Right.
That the way he wants the world to be is completely just at a safe distance, but in a way that is very
It's isolating.
Yes.
See, right now, I have a real hard time dealing with other carbon-based meat bags, and this is really going to feel much more bags for Facebook Wisconsin. This is going to feel much more organic, the way interaction is supposed to be. So they are saying that they're going to change. This isn't unprecedented. Snapchat changed their name and Google and all that.
Yeah, but Snapchat changed their name to Snap.
Snap Inc., yeah.
Like, that's not... Everybody still calls it Snapchat.
Right.
Are they just going to call it Face?
See, I just think that the way that this whole Facebook thing can be fixed is to stop letting them just scoop up competitors. Because what do? They see something they like and they just spend a ton of money on it, and then they own that too. So they own Instagram and WhatsApp and Oculus, and so people are like, Facebook has too much. Yeah, well, stop them from buying these other companies. Because you run into, I know, monopolies aren't really even paid that much attention to anymore, but they should be. So he says they're going to change the name of Facebook. That's what this company did many years ago. About 7-8 years ago, this company changed its name. Company used to be called Clear Channel Entertainment.
We're in the metaverse.
That was right before I interned here. It was Clear Channel. And then the next time I interviewed for this show, I was like, iHeart?
I mean, other than when I was in Chicago, I worked for a different broadcasting company. But other than that, I've spent my entire career with this company. And so it's gone through a lot of name changes. But when I moved here, it was still Clear Channel, except over the course of time, because that company was so poorly run, it had awful, awful people at the top. The name Clear Channel just became synonymous with. It was considered to be this evil company.
That's when
it was like the Death Star.
And now we got a cute little heart.
Yeah.
Well, but they got good people running the company. You know, It used to be bean counters and salespeople, and no disrespect to them, but
sounds like some disrespect.
No, it's not. But I mean, the guy that started this company when it was Clear Channel, he was like, "We're not in the music or news business. We're in the advertising delivery business." Which, yes, it is advertiser based, but you know. There were no all commercial formats, you might have noticed. So there was stuff in between that seemed to be, you know, slightly as important.
Sell the ads, yeah.
So they ended up changing the name of the company, and, you know, some people thought it was silly. But sooner or later, you know, Facebook, that's what they're looking at. And Mark Zuckerberg goes, well, this was always the plan. You know what the plan was. He's like a writer on Lost. Season 1, they're like, oh, yeah, we know exactly how it's going to end. And then years later, they go, yeah, we had no clue how it was going to end. So Mark Zuckerberg's like, yeah, this was always the plan to, you know, whatever. Except the name Facebook has just become universally reviled by now. So you got to do something. So we'll see what happens. They're playing it very close to the vest. I haven't even seen a leak of what they're going to call it. They should call it the Facebook.
That's what many people speculated.
They should go back to didn't they call it Faceplace or because it started as a hot or not site. If Mark Zuckerberg had gotten laid in college, we wouldn't even be dealing with this. But when he first created it, it was called something else. It wasn't called Hot or Not, but it was like one of those Face Mash or something. It was called something.
I don't remember.
So, again...
This makes me really uncomfortable, though. I feel like people are already weird and isolated enough. And then to give them... I mean, I understand, like, you have a family in another state or, like, a really old relative or whatever that you can't see. I can see how that could be, like, kind of a cool option.
And nothing will be easier than getting them to use
a
virtual
hologram.
reality to
true.
hang out.
But at the same time, it's like, I don't know, man.
I don't have a problem with any of these things as long as I'm able to opt out. It's when so many systems become interconnected that you can't avoid it. Like, even if you deleted your Facebook profile, they are interconnected with so many other companies and data systems that you never get away from Facebook. That's true of a lot of companies.
I get that. I'm saying I'm worried about what this will do to people's mental health that is already diminished.
You know, what are you going to do?
People are pretty nice on Facebook. It should be fine.
People are great on Facebook. I wouldn't worry about it. I got to take a break. If you want to get a text for anything, 35192. You can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show. your enemies as evil, insane, manipulative. Who are you?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to send me a text? Do that there. A lot of people are telling me as the story gets updated over and over again. Gwen sent me a text that they found human remains after they found those Brian Laundrie possessions down there in Florida. So they had initially said that they just found some things that they thought belonged to him. What's that?
Like poop?
I haven't heard
for poop?
I haven't heard S word for poop as part of this, but that could be in there.
Know that part of the challenge earlier on in this investigation was that the water levels in that reserve were high. The water levels have since gone down and have revealed those remains. We don't know to whom those remains belong. So what?
So get a load of this. So what they're saying is that the water level receded to the point where these human remains, presented themselves, right? So now everybody who's searching this area
Can
is
they just not make this political and about climate change for just one day? Come on.
Those receding waters, we helped us find the body. But, because this is the area that they've been searching or concentrating on, it would lead them to at least assume that it's maybe Brian Laundrie, but it's also Florida.
Right.
So it could be anyone's human remains.
They accidentally solve a cold case.
You're right. That's
Like
exactly
30
what I'm saying.
years ago.
They dig up bones and they go, it's not Brian. Somebody, though.
Right.
Yeah.
You guys are in the camp that he offed himself, right?
I think I think so.
No. Items belonging to Brian Laundrie have been found, attributable to their attorney. The Laundrie family attorney says those items belong to Brian Laundrie, and we know that partial human remains have been found in that Carlton Reserve. And Morgan, I've been talking to experts about this because it has been such a long time in this.
What a sad story, though. The whole thing. These people were 22 and 23 years old. Let this be a lesson to you, kids. Don't buy a van. Don't buy a van.
And also, this is why Mark Zuckerberg's world that he wants to create is going to be so much safer.
You can't kill anyone if you're not actually with them.
If you don't have a real human connection, you can't end a life.
It'll
right?
feel like you have a real human connection, but then if things get a little weird, you just take off your goggles and you're back home.
Yeah, right, except those are the people who then arm themselves and walk off somewhere because they got rejected on their VR goggles.
That's what I'm saying.
Oof.
I don't like
yeah,
it.
Listen.
You
can introduce as much technology as you want to the human condition. We're never prepared to handle the technology because it moves so much faster than we can process it. It's not our fault.
Yep.
It's just the technology moves so fast you can't process it.
People don't want to learn how to have a conversation.
What?
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, listen, I was reading about how they're adding a +1 feature to Tinder, for those of you who are on Tinder and don't like going stag to weddings. This upcoming wedding season, I think we're done this year, but we ended up going to like 4 or 5 weddings this year. They're all postponed from last year. And they said that the upcoming wedding season is going to be the busiest in 35 years. I don't know how they determine that, but all right.
I think because of all the postponements that there's just going to be an influx. And there's a lot of people that got into relationships and got engaged during the pandemic.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, the divorce season that comes after this is going to be even better.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, poor Sean Penn. 15 months, right? Tinder has got if you're on Tinder, there's a new +1 feature. So you can make yourself available as a +1, or you can put it on your profile that you're looking for a +1. If you got to go to any type of soiree, they've partnered with a wedding planning site. And now you can get on there and go, I'm looking to, first of all, I understand the notion of not wanting to go solo to a wedding.
I do not.
But I don't either. But would you want to go with a stranger?
I think that would be interesting.
I was just going to say that this seems like right up Cody's alley. Like he would be so desperate not to look alone at a wedding.
But when you were talking about
But you're surrounded by friends.
That's my point.
And you won't be the only person usually you're at a table with other people who don't have anyone. So now you've got a +1 that you don't know, and you have to introduce to your friends who you do know. Hey, this is Frank.
Again, but
he's my +1 from Tinder. I was so terrified of seeing you guys. I haven't seen you all since high school. I was so terrified of having a conversation with you. I brought a complete stranger as a human buffer.
But that's one thing if you say you're going by yourself. There's nothing worse than saying you reserve a +1 and then you get dumped within the months before the wedding, and then you've already
there are plenty of things worse than that.
And then
a lot of things worse than that.
You have a big empty chair.
A big empty chair.
Got a
And
big empty
everybody's
chair,
looking at it.
napkins all folded.
Not that they can just take the chair away.
That was $75 a plate. What you talking about?
Yeah, but they don't go and put the food out on an empty plate and go, well, it looks like you had a date, so we're going to put the meal out here.
But
first
you
of all,
could probably request that, though.
First of all,
So
you
can
would
get a
have
second steak.
right. You know what? I was going to have the meat. He was going to have the fish.
He's in the bathroom. Just extra bread probably would be good.
I'll take the fish. But wouldn't you, Poundcake? But you would have a story to tell. The people at the table don't know anything. You could tell them whatever you want.
Well, I'm used to going to weddings by myself or with like a straight friend.
Right.
Because I'm like, listen, I'll wingman for you, you wingman for me. We share the hotel room. You get the couch bed, and I get the actual bed.
There you go.
But when you said this, I was thinking about, like, I thought you said you hated monopolies, and I was thinking about this. I'm like, damn, Tinder is trying to get into, like, the throuple game, because I was like a +1. So I was thinking in my head, my perverted mind, I was thinking these are already couples that are looking for a +1.
That's what I thought it was, too.
I was like, damn, y'all
You know what this
swinging.
really is going to end up being for? I don't think this is their intention, but this is definitely Tinder becoming an escort service.
Right.
Probably.
Yeah.
Oh, you think that'll be a payment feature at some point?
I think OnlyFans provides this exact same service.
It's a situation where they go, "Hey, I'm going to this, business thing. I need a +1. Who wants to go with me? Here's the perks of going to this event with me, and then we can discuss other perks in the private chat."
Or I'm looking for a threesome. I've already got someone on here on Tinder. I'm not going to a wedding.
Well, there's already a
we
bunch
need
of
a
that.
+1.
That's
huh?
what Cody and I were saying.
Yeah,
Usually it's just couples, though. Like in the
in the
those
profile.
people are very straightforward.
Yeah,
where it's
like,
like
listen,
a
this is
picture
what
of a
we're
couple,
into.
right? And they're like looking for a third,
And and it's usually the girls like, listen, my husband will do whatever I tell him to do. He's very submissive.
Mm-hmm.
Like, so girl, if you're uncomfortable, just let me know. But yeah, they put it all out there.
Yeah.
They're like, you need us to send pictures, like.
Or the chick will be super hot and it's only pictures of her. Have you run into that? Or it's
Well,
just like,
I've never been with a guy and a girl.
Oh, I'm just saying, like on the app, seeing it on the app, it'll be like the bio will say like couple looking for a +1, but it's only pictures of the super hot girl.
There's no
and
guy
I'm like,
in
oh
there.
god,
Nope.
What are we set up here?
Right.
It's like some troll man in the corner. I just want to watch.
That's
You know?
right. Yep. Why do you smell like formaldehyde? Yeah, well, that's there. If you're on Tinder with any regularity, they're introducing a new +1 feature.
People are so afraid of being lonely.
Irony
Do we say
is
something?
dead.
Do we let it
Irony
hang there?
is dead. Are people afraid of being lonely, Poundcake?
Again, I have gone to many a wedding without a date.
But you still had a wing person. That's not going alone.
But
alone. Have you ever gone alone?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, I have.
Well,
but
then there you go.
I said there is a difference between going alone and saying that you're going alone and going with a friend and originally having a +1 and then they break up with you or they cancel or whatever. There's just that mystery, like what happened.
So you make some story up.
Yeah, and also people understand that breakups happen. Who cares?
Nah.
Then they probably know that you were broken up with, or you broke up with them.
Coming from someone who has never really got a Valentine's Day gift, because I've never had a boyfriend around Valentine's Day, and certain events where I wish I had a boyfriend and I didn't, I have PTSD when it comes to stuff like that. I don't want people wandering.
PTSD.
And thinking about, where's my boyfriend when I said I had one. And
So
I
not
didn't.
getting a Valentine's Day card for you qualifies as trauma.
Yeah, all my friends would get cute little telegrams and pictures and
Stop. Stop. Love you. All right. Telegrams,
and
huh?
I never got anything.
Would you like me to get you a Valentine's Day gift this year?
I want one from a significant other.
Okay.
People going above and beyond, putting little Post-its on their locker. Oh, thank you. Never got nothing.
My boyfriend this year knocked it out of the park because it was a month after my dad had died. So he had a key to my house, and I came home, and I had a dozen red roses, a Big Mac, and a cupcake. And I was like, this is exactly what I want. Like, I could never have asked for anything more perfect than this. Oh, and I had chocolate covered strawberries too.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was like, oh yeah, I need this comfort, horrible food right now.
Mm-hmm. Sure. Well, listen, so you at least, Poundcake, you've got no expectations, right? You have nothing to compare it to. The bar should be pretty low.
But I want that, though.
You want what?
I want something to compare it to. Like, I don't know what a good relationship or a bad relationship is because I haven't had that much.
You and your boyfriend, the one that you split up with recently, you guys weren't dating over Valentine's Day?
No. None of my boyfriends, all my boyfriends have kind of been like a summer fling, now that I think about it.
A lot of people break up before Valentine's Day, too, because they don't want to have...
cuffing season wrong.
Cuffing season,
Oh
yep.
yeah, you're doing it opposite, man.
Dude, literally, I had cuffing season during the summer when all I wanted to do was thought and bop.
Right.
And like over my birthday, so I did get like a pair of birthday shorts. So like he took me shopping, and
See?
then broke up right before Christmas on all of them.
He would have, if you would have stayed with this last one, he would have done the thing that you wanted.
Oh, he'd above
would've
and
gone-
beyond it.
He would have killed it.
He was a lawyer, right?
Valentine's
sorry.
Day.
I didn't know I wasn't allowed to say that.
We'll easily be able to identify him by saying a lawyer.
Oh, yes.
He's the gay lawyer.
There you go. Right.
The gay lawyer.
Yeah. Not Tim Misney.
That's what's on his business cards and park benches. The gay lawyer.
The gay lawyer.
I'll make him. Hey.
I love the Tim Misney Halloween billboard.
I
Have you
just
seen
saw
that?
that. So
What is it?
silly.
It's exactly like,
like Frankenstein
He's
or
just
something.
pointing, but he's painted green with bolts in his neck. I'm like, you don't look that different, Tim. You just still have a pinstripe suit on. Frankenstein's in a pinstripe suit.
Pretty silly.
Yeah. Hey, good for him. Listen, he's still out there doing it, but I thought it was funny.
Yeah.
It's on 90 East. It's like it's one of them. There may be multiple, but he's
It's like
painted.
heading into downtown.
Yeah,
I
he's
think,
painted
yeah.
green. He's got bolts in his neck, and he's still saying, "I'll make them pay." Somebody screw you over on Halloween, I'll make them pay, and not just in candy either. I'll get you a fun size settlement.
He was one of the first guests we had on when I was first hired.
Tim Misney.
Yeah,
love Tim Misney.
We were talking about the web series that he did.
Yeah,
because he tried to do like a reality show.
Yep.
And
self-funded.
Yeah,
show.
He came in here all the time back in the day.
And then I made fun of his suit, and I don't think he liked me.
That's why I didn't come back. You made fun of his suit.
Yeah.
Bill, this guy.
It's like I got a lot of mail from people. They really loved hearing Bill Burr on the show yesterday, right?
Yeah.
I love Bill Burr. Last time he was on the show, Bill made him mad because he said something, and I don't even think Bill meant to. He thought it was something innocuous, and Burr took it the wrong way.
Yeah,
and
I was trying to set him up for something.
I couldn't find that audio
said on his podcast, and I was trying to kind of like, hey, you've been talking about this. Why not talk about it on our show? And he took it like I was the one accusing him of something, and I was like, that's not what I'm trying to do here, Bill.
Trying to set him up, knock him down.
Cody, you should try to cuff this year, just to see the difference. This is soup weather. You eat a lot of chili. You hang out.
Why don't you come to the Cox Out tomorrow night?
Oh yeah.
I'm doing Cox Out. I do them before the Browns games, and tomorrow night's no different. So I can't do it 2 hours before because we're still on the air. So I'm doing 7 to 9 at the Ivy, and it's going to be nighttime, and those are always bananas.
And
right?
on just on that street alone.
Yes, and so it's going to be a ton of fun. You should come down, Poundcake.
And people are selling tickets for their game much cheaper now.
Well, he's not going to go to because Baker's not playing.
Because Baker's not playing. And
But also,
our whole team's injured.
You mean Case Keenum isn't going to be packing him in over at First Energy Stadium?
there's a Michael Bublé concert downtown too, so you might have more gays down there than you were expecting.
I do love a Bublé.
How are you not going to that?
I didn't know about it.
Yeah. I missed the St. Vincent show at the Agora. I'm really bummed about that.
I mean,
that one completely fell off my radar.
If I was going to go to a concert, I would have gone to Harry Styles, which was like day before yesterday.
Yeah, it was like 2 nights ago.
Somebody leaked that he's in the MCU now.
What's the MCU?
The Marvel Cinematic Universe.
Is he really that good of an actor?
I don't know. I think he's been in
a small part.
He's been in. I think he was in Dunkirk. He's Thanos' brother.
And also, you don't have to be that good of an actor.
No,
it's a comic.
The CGI and the suits do all the work.
Deliver the lines. They're funny little jaunty lines, and then there you go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, jaunty lines.
That's what I feel like most comic book movies are. It's like fight scenes and then funny
and jokes.
commentary. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not all
If you're
of them,
doing it
but
right,
of
some
them,
of these superhero movies, boy, they're like,
really
let's talk
try.
about the debt ceiling. And you're like, oh, God.
Zack Snyder's like, we got to make this take place in a real world and talk about these. It's like,
Right. We're going to make it. I'm going to spend $0 on my lighting budget. So you have to squint to watch the whole thing. You should come down tomorrow night, Poundcake.
I'll come.
Yeah. I'll buy you a couple of pops.
Oh.
Yeah. I'm trying not to drink so much before Mexico because it'd make me bloated.
Okay. Well, then I won't.
Then do some heroin. Have a good time.
That's a fun way to bond with somebody. Mm-hmm.
Well, but then, Bill, you have to
Those
worry
people
about
have the best stories.
Of course, you have to worry about heroin bloat, which everyone knows about.
You know what, though? If you are on heroin, you're not that worried about it.
All right.
Everybody else is worried about it, but you're not.
Yeah, I've been bad on my whole 30 because, I haven't been perfect.
You ate chips yesterday.
No, his is spelled HOLE 30.
Oh.
30. Did I have chips yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
No, 2 days ago because you came in.
I had some of those little flour or...
Talk about bloat, your beef jerky for dinner.
It wasn't for dinner. That was just like...
No, he thought it was... I'm just calling back. He thought it was for dinner, but you had beef jerky.
But beef jerky is protein.
But it's all sodium. That makes you bloat.
But again, I hadn't had anything all day. So
okay.
It's better choice than not. He could have gotten much worse.
Eat a salad.
I do have a salad. I do eat salads, but that's more of a dinner.
You have beef jerky salad?
No.
Put the beef jerky on the salad.
He's cutting up the beef jerky in the salad.
No, I get like a chicken Caesar salad for dinner. And then throughout the day, I'm like, there are no healthy options around here. Like I don't feel like eating an apple. Like it's just...
You don't want to like bring produce from home or something. You don't feel like eating an apple? That'll keep you full all day, by the way.
I don't like...
apple today.
I don't... I have to be in the mood to eat something like that. And I just...
Are you ever in an apple eating mood?
Sometimes, yeah. Sometimes
When?
I'm craving an apple.
You're never craving an apple.
Yes, I am.
I've
Sometimes
never once seen you eat an apple.
Sometimes I want applesauce. Sometimes I want...
What are you, 5?
Oh my goodness.
I've never once seen
She
you...
can eat yogurt, but I'm 5 if I want to have
I've never
applesauce.
even seen you consume produce.
Okay, first of all,
They make
wait a second.
vagina-specific yogurt, so that's different.
You shove it right up there and everything's fine. Activia. One, this has nothing
That's
to
for
do
your
with
gut,
me.
not your vagina, by the
joking.
way. I'm talking to Squire over here. Vagina yogurt. That's kefir.
This has nothing to do with me, first of all, so quit deflecting. Second of all, nobody's ever in the mood to eat healthy. It sucks. It's the worst. It's the worst.
Nah, once you do it regularly, it's fine.
I've been doing
It's
it for
great.
6 weeks, and every day I
You
want
should like
pizza
it.
and
Well,
soda and chocolate and
that's
ice
different,
cream.
but you don't eat it.
No, it's about self-discipline, which we have discovered Cody has none.
But you probably have a cheat day.
Well, like I said, I just will plan my day around my whatever I'm craving.
Or eat a piece of pizza.
Exactly. So
Yeah.
if I want to have pizza
That's no
tomorrow,
fun.
I put the pizza in today, so that way
better
I can
than no
plan
pizza.
everything else around it.
One piece is better than no pizza.
2 pieces of pizza.
Why you bugging?
Like the other day, or not the other day, this was like when I went to go home to visit my mom and my aunt, and we had like, it was just supposed to be like a night around the fire. My aunt and my cousin prepared a secret birthday cake for me, and it was an ice cream cake, and they came in with the candles and everything, and I'm like, I can't eat this. But I had to have some because they brought it in. I'm like, well, what am I supposed to do? No one else is going to eat it.
Right.
So, like I said, October sucks because it's like the worst month to diet. It's almost like as bad as Christmas.
This
always
whole
thought it-
season isn't great.
I always thought it was the best time to do it because you're hidden under clothes. And so when the spring comes, you go ba-bam, and you look amazing underneath. You're beach ready.
But there's a lot more temptation.
There's always temptation.
Well,
summertime picnic food, holiday food in the fall.
but in the fall is when people start rolling out like I feel like they have heavier items on their menus.
Thanksgiving
and it's like comfort
and-
food and
Right,
yeah,
but
that
if
kind
you
of
also
stuff.
just make the decision and say, like, I'm not going to indulge this year, and like Alan said, then it's not as much of a temptation where you go, like, it's just not an option.
Do
and
it.
you kind of move it, because cheat days are one thing, but I feel like they can also derail you a lot of times, too.
Well, yeah, that's why if you have a little bit every day, it's not as bad, or
Right,
a couple
yes.
times a week. Cody, you can do it like addiction, where you're like, just don't eat chips today. Like, just make it through
One
the
day
end
at
of
a
the day,
time.
one day at a time. Just get through today eating an apple, and then we'll focus on tomorrow.
Alan, we put beef jerky in everything in prison. I bet you do. Goes up there nice and slow.
Well, yeah, in prison.
My cat eats beef jerky. I found that out.
You just found out that how did you find that out?
Because she basically took it out of my mouth. She was, dude, she doesn't eat any human food. I've tried to give her everything. And oh, hey, you like this?
Beef jerky is barely human food anyway.
Well, I was sitting eating it the other day on the couch.
Why is it so expensive?
And she came right up and she's never in my face when I'm eating. And she's smelling my mouth as I'm get out of here. And then she bit it out of my hand. And I was like, damn. And I was like, you know what? That's probably what most cat treats are. It smells like beef jerky.
It's like when that seagull took the hot dog out of my bun in the Bahamas.
Right.
Swooped right down and grabbed it. Goddamn seagull. All right, I got to take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192. If you want to go see Atreyu, they are set to return. special guests, Crown the Empire, Tetrarch, and other bands. Saul, Defying Decay, those are on the lineup as well. That's a lot of bands, but it's all going to go down Tuesday, November 30th at the Agora. About 5 weeks away, right? AgoraCleveland.com if you want more details on the show. But if you want to go, I'll hand these off to you here. Call 10. This pair is yours. Good luck. 2 for Atreyu and company. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
The whole thing is f***ing pointless.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Oh, that's a big load!
Have you ever seen Heavy Metal Parking Lot? That documentary
no.
God, it's the best. Today is the 35th anniversary.
I tried watching it. It's too long.
It's the second act that really drags. Heavy Metal Parking Lot is this classic, just hand-shot documentary. It's just a guy walking through a parking lot. And it's very aptly named. Before a Judas Priest show in 1986, hmpl35.com, if you want to go directly. I think it might be on YouTube in its entirety. October 20th, 1986. Oh, it's 16 minutes long.
Yeah, like I said.
I was thinking it was because they did another one, and I was thinking that it was longer, and it's a perfect time capsule. I mean, I would have been 15 years old, so this is right in my wheelhouse. The people in this thing were older than me by 4 or 5 years, but that would have been me in the parking lot before a Judas Priest show, and I think that it was in Rhode Island or D.C. or something like that, because there was a lot of like New England accents and a lot of DC 101 t-shirts, which is still a radio station that exists in DC. And it was a lot of Judas Priest fans partying before the show, but it was really mid-'80s peak metalhead, right? A lot of feathered hair. You absolutely should. Just young and wasted and being out in the parking lot. There was a lot of leather and denim and, a lot of IROCs out there in the parking lot. And, whether... I know they've gone back and found, where are they now, the people from Heavy Metal Parking Lot? And I've talked to Rob Halford about it before. Rob Halford has been on this show many times over the years. And a couple of times we've talked about Heavy Metal Parking Lot. And, Rob Halford is like Mr. Always Waving the Flag for Metal. So he kind of speaks half in English and half in bumper stickers. But I love him, But he's like, oh, everybody out there with the metal. And, yeah, that's what, Heavy Metal Parking Lot. And they did a follow-up to it, I think, as well. But it's on DVD with a whole bunch of extra stuff. I like that the original version is 16 minutes long, and then they give you 2 hours of extra stuff.
All the stuff we couldn't fit in.
Why didn't you put that in the... Right, it's exclusive content. Why didn't you put that in the documentary? I don't think anybody wanted to see this for 2 hours. But they tried something years ago called Parking Lot, where they just were talking to people that were in this, and they were talking to rock and rollers, and, But what a great little microcosm of life at that time. So if you've never seen Heavy Metal Parking Lot and you were at all into heavy metal in the 80s or,
There's something about the 80s that nothing ever looked new.
What do you mean?
Just nothing looks... Just all these... I mean, this is a very specific crowd, so everything just looks like it's been around for 25 years.
Yeah.
Even they're whatever clothes they're wearing to get in, it's their best outfit, but it looks a little raggedy still.
Right.
Mark got killed in a car accident about a month ago, and he loves Judas Priest. So his mom wrote to the manager, and there's about 75 of us here, and they gave us all. They were writing back and everything and calling. They gave us all backstage passes.
They gave us all backstage passes. 75 backstage passes because someone was killed in a car accident. That's the way they used to do it back in the day.
Take one for the team.
Back in the day, they used to do that. If you were able to get in touch with management, you go, hey, tell them some sob story. Now they're like, I'm sorry. What are you going to do? We don't have to do that. Yeah, they're not doing that. So 35 years ago today, a heavy metal parking lot burst onto the scene. What a time to be in a band, though, too, right? I think any time to be in a band is a great time. But, back then, to be in a band where you're playing arenas and just, touring the world, it's a very different time now if you're in a band. And these bands that have been around for 40 and 50 years, it's all gravy for them. They made their money a long time ago. They don't have to worry about, making ends meet. So a lot of these bands that are populated now by, your Iron Maidens, your Judas Priest, the bands I grew up with, the ones that are still around, they're all very wealthy. So it's a different situation for bands that are kind of going around now. I would like somebody in 2021 to do, what would be a modern day analog of this? Like emo parking lot or something.
Yeah, I mean...
you find, I don't know. 21
front
Pilots.
We're at the Agora last night, so you just walk through with the front... I mean, that's not a metal crowd.
Right.
Maybe if you were to do it with a metal crowd...
Front Bottoms parking lot.
Yeah.
There you go. Isn't that just two guys, though? I thought the front band... they got touring musicians, but I thought it was just two dudes.
I don't know. None of their songs sound like they're done.
Oh, I thought you liked them.
No, my daughter likes them, and I know other people that like them, but every time I try to get into them, I'm like, it sounds like you guys still needed to mix this or something.
Well, it's like bedroom rock, right?
Yeah.
I mean, they're just,
This is for the Lions.
All right.
Yeah.
So there's that. No, I get it. I mean, that's right in your daughter's wheelhouse.
Right, yes.
A frail...
And my 40-year-old friend Jim Tewes' wheelhouse.
Oh, well, I was just about to say, this sounds like a frail middle-aged man who's been hurt before would be into this type of music.
Sure.
Yeah, it doesn't really do it for me. I've been hurt plenty of times, but that's not... I
not
show
frail.
it in different ways. That's right. I'm tough as nails.
I meant like slight in the body type.
Oh, okay.
Like a little tiny man.
Right. Well, it is interesting because people, for a long time, people associated angst with your teen years. Mm-hmm. Teen angst. It's a phrase.
Yeah.
Now, everybody's talking about their anxiety.
Yep.
Everybody.
Yep.
So angst isn't the sole property of teenagers, right? We even took that from them. We can't let kids have anything.
Right.
So we took angst from them.
No, angst and anxiety are different.
Cousins. Can we
Sure,
settle
but
on
we
that?
didn't
Okay.
take angst from teenagers.
Well, when somebody like Jim Tewes is listening to the Front Bottoms.
Right, but I think that
I mean, you like what you like, but come on.
Teenage angst is it's there's no reason for it really. That's why it's called angst. Whereas anxiety is.
Write your letters to Mary Santora, care of. There's no reason for teens to be angsty.
No, but I'm saying
that's prime angst season.
When I think of teenage angst, it's like your hormones are going crazy. Everything's the end of the world, and like sure, yes, people have bad home lives. That's not what I'm saying. But when I think of that, I think of like your boyfriend broke up with you, and you think your life's gonna end, and you didn't get the grades you wanted on a test.
Well, okay, but that's all a function of where you are. Just your age, you're still in school. But
right.
Adults, it's the same thing. Everybody's like, angst and anxiety are the same thing. So they're like, oh, my anxiety is...
I guess my viewpoint...
adult angst.
My viewpoint is that adults with anxiety have earned it. You've been...
Not necessarily.
You've been through some things. You've had some things happen to you.
Right, but that's a function of just living long enough and enough things will happen to you.
I'm saying that's the difference in my head between angst and anxiety. Angst is generally...
You mean teenagers didn't earn their angst?
Yeah, not really. I mean, and again, like I said, people have bad... If anybody should have been angsty, it was me. You have bad home lives and you can be upset with people. I totally understand that.
adopted the angst. I was born in it.
But isn't there also something to be said for adults should have figured out to a large degree how to contend with their angst?
Well, no, because
rather than carrying
also,
it like a crucifix throughout their entire life?
Angst is not a medical condition because of
I don't know that.
Hormone imbalance. Or not
I don't know
hormone
that.
imbalance.
Angst is just anxiety.
They're two different things. Angst is not defined as anxiety.
What is the definition of the
you're
dictionary
angry.
definition of angst? Fear or anxiety?
That's what it is?
That's what I'm looking at. Wikipedia.
A feeling of deep anxiety or dread.
Dread or anxiety, which is what grown-ups are talking about all the time.
Okay, then I misunderstood, or I had a different interpretation of what angst was. When I thought of teenage angst, I thought of like, oh, my dad doesn't let me do anything.
Well, that's their version of it.
That's not the same thing as anxiety.
Says you, because you're an adult.
Being aggravated about being a teenager is not the same thing as adult chemical imbalance in your brain. Those are two different things.
Who says that the teenagers don't have chemical imbalances?
I'm not saying that.
What are you saying?
I'm saying that I misinterpreted what angst was. If we're going just by what the definition of it was, in my head, angst was just, I'm pissed, I can't do what I want. And
Were you thinking of an angstrom, a metric unit of length?
No, I was not.
If you look
I was
up,
thinking like being like pissy with your parents.
if you look up
angst.
teenage angst, it says an intense feeling of fear or anxiety. In this case, by teenagers.
In this case. All right, listen. I've got to hand off some money here. It's $1,000 for you to go fund yourself. Right, that'll remove at least some financial fear or anxiety. $1,000. You can go fund yourself right now. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword BANK to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's BANK to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
What about the song Teen Angst by Cracker? How you feel about that?
I don't know this, but
What
it's
the
not
world
bad.
needs now is another folk singer like I Need a Hole in My Head?
Sure.
Yeah. Well,
I guess I associated angst with like pouting. That those were the same thing to me.
I'm not disagreeing with you. I think they're all points on the curve. I would only disagree that it needs to be earned.
That's what I thought the difference between angst and because I'm thinking angst is like, oh, my parents won't let me do what I want, blah, blah, blah. I gotta have it so rough. Ugh. I can't even get $20 to go to the mall. Like, that's when I think of teenage angst.
Yeah, but I'm just saying it's because adults have commodified anxiety. But if you strip it down to the basic whatever, fear and anxiety are really broad categories.
Yes.
Really broad.
I did not associate either of those things with angst.
Yeah.
Is my point. Before people get mad at me and I get DMs about how
Too late. They're already sent. Everybody's already sending them.
I'm an uncaring and
Save your
ungrateful
DMs.
prick.
Who cares? Anyway, Front Bottoms are playing Pittsburgh tomorrow night if you're a fan. So.
Is this Front Bottoms? I like this.
No, this is Cracker.
Okay.
Love Cracker.
This is...
No, it's, you know.
When you hear the word angst, you don't think of a pouty teenager?
I do, but I also associate it with the adult version of that. Is everybody talking about their anxiety?
But anxiety is a medical condition.
It could be in. How do we know it's not in teenagers?
That's what I'm saying is I didn't associate angst with a medical condition.
No.
But anxiety is not always a medical condition.
95% of the time it is. It's
How do you know
something-
that? You just be
Something
anxious
in
like a
your
little bit.
brain is not working
No,
right.
no. If you are suffering from anxiety, that's different than like having anxiety about a certain
Anxiety
situation.
disorder is what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like a diagnosed disorder.
Yes.
Right. That's
Right.
different than somebody going, oh my God,
I'm a
I
little
can't pay
anxious
the rent
about
this
this,
month.
yeah.
Okay.
Right?
So sliding scale. There's a lot
That's
of...
what I'm saying. It's just points on the curve.
Okay.
You know?
If someone called me angsty, I would be very aggravated with that.
You don't think that...
You're coming off a little angsty right now.
That's what...
Why
like,
do you
I feel
think
like-
teenagers are separating their scalp from their skull on TikTok? Everybody likes to piss on kids for TikTok challenges.
That's a good one to do it.
Oh, man. They're like, you know, they're having a hard time, boy. Having a hard time. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. You can always give us a call there if you like. It is 216-986-8903.
Hey, gang. Gene from Parma yet again. You were talking about age and people looking their age the other day, and I was thinking, though, you don't hear somebody say, oh, that 2-month preemie baby looks a lot like a 1-week preemie baby. Or, my mom is 102, but she doesn't look a day over 94. You never hear that. Hate the show. Love you guys.
All right. I love when Gene from Parma calls in.
We were kind of just talking about that with William Shatner, though, because he looks 90. Or he is 90.
No, he doesn't look 90.
But he doesn't look 90.
And I can't figure out why. Why is it? Because he's not in shape. Why doesn't he look 90? I know he's had some work done, but
I think his face looks pretty good. And I think the neck will always give you away.
Is that what it is?
I feel like necks are the thing that, like, everybody gets their face
I'm starting to
work
get
done.
a weird neck, and it's really making me
I was
self-conscious.
trying to tell you. That's
Thank you. Why didn't you tell me?
Because I
already
angst
know
about it.
I have neck angst. Come on. Yeah, I'm getting.
What's wrong with your neck?
I don't know. I feel like it's getting wrinkly or
Crepey?
something. Yeah, something, and I don't know why.
You need
Why would that be?
moisturizer.
Because you don't have a
Please,
beard.
nobody
that's why.
moisturizes more than me. What?
Because you don't have a beard.
No, skin just loses elasticity
No,
over time.
I understand, but why right there?
Because that's where it happens.
Because you move it a lot.
Have you never, okay, so you're not sold products like women are, where they tell you that the first thing that you should start focusing on is your neck.
Guys really are now on Instagram, and it's all, guys, do this. I mean, yeah, somebody figured out that, hey, we're cutting out half of the population by not trying to sell guys every stupid balm and cream there is.
Well, that's like what they
I've
say,
never
like,
purchased any neck cream, though.
all of your toners and all that kind of stuff, everything you do to your face, you should also do to your neck.
Maybe
because
that's what it is, because
can
I have a
give you away.
stringent, if you'll pardon the pun, I have a stringent face care regimen,
You haven't
but
been
I
doing it to
don't
your
do the neck.
Do your neck.
You should have been listening to Wu-Tang.
Woo-ha! That's Busta Rhymes. What, it might be too late.
It might be too late.
It might be too late for my neck.
There are some like regenerist creams that claim that they can reverse time and look younger in just 1 week or
It's
whatever.
all marketing.
Well, yeah, I
Neck
know that,
Botox. It'll keep your neck from moving.
No.
When you emote, your neck stands nice and still.
I can't tell how Alan feels anymore at all since he got neck Botox. I can't read him at all. I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text in for anything, 35192 to do that. And you can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show, 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
In the morning, if my face is a little puffy, I'll put on an ice pack while doing my stomach crunches. After I remove the ice pack, I use a deep pore cleanser lotion. In the shower, I use a water-activated gel cleanser. Then a honey almond body scrub. And on the face, an exfoliating gel scrub. Then I apply an herb mint facial mask, which I leave on for 10 minutes while I prepare the rest of my routine. I always use an aftershave lotion with little or no alcohol, because alcohol dries your face out and makes you look older. Then moisturizer, then an anti-aging eye balm followed by a final moisturizing protective lotion.
Remember Bruce Wayne's daily routine there, Bill?
Yep.
Oh boy, who
That's
could
how
forget
he
it?
dealt with the loss of his parents. He's like, I can't control the fact that my parents are dead, but I can control how my skin ages.
I can certainly get rid of these wrinkles, boy. My
Or keep 'em from
anti-aging
showing
eye
up.
balm. Yeah.
Did you see the trailer for the Batman? Did we talk about that already?
A little bit, yeah. I liked it.
I like the spot where he's getting shot and it's all bouncing off him. That was just a cool shot.
Yeah, I think it looks cool.
Looks neat.
Batman. So, Catwoman is a good guy in this? Is that what's up? I can never remember if Catwoman... She's technically
She's
a
always
villain.
kind of ambiguous, I think, in these situations where she's doing some bad things, but maybe she's going to do some good things.
And she makes out with our pats.
I mean,
So Paul Dano's the Riddler.
Mm-hmm.
Colin Farrell's under a lot of makeup to be the Penguin.
And a fat suit.
And who else is in the mix there? Is it just the two of them? I thought there was a third villain.
I think it's just the two of them.
Jeffrey Wright is Commissioner Gordon.
Yes.
And who's Alfred?
Andy Serkis.
Andy Serkis.
Yeah.
Right. I like Jeremy Irons in the Ben Affleck.
I do too.
I like him as Alfred. Like
I
Michael
thought-
Caine too.
Michael Caine was great. Even the guy that did it in, what's it called? I can't remember his name, but in the 89 Batman.
Michael Guff.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's passed away, but he was
he was the original Alfred from... He was in all four of those ones in the 90s.
Mm-hmm.
Or 80s to 90s.
He was Val Kilmer's manservant, the whole bit.
He even had a little bit of a arc in Batman and Robin because the disease that Mr. Freeze was trying to cure, Alfred came down with, and then Batman and Mr. Freeze ended up coming up with a cure together.
Right.
And saved his life.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Poison Ivy in the mix there.
Yeah, and people said that movie didn't have any depth to it.
When are they going to bring back Robin? That's what I want to know. These movies are missing Robin, a gay manservant.
The comics right now, there's a series called 1989. And so it's kind of following what they had planned to do with the Tim Burton series.
Oh.
And in that series, they have a Robin. They were going to cast, I believe, Marlon Wayans as Robin in those movies. But then they never ended up having the Robin till later, and it got to Joel
Marlon
Schumacher.
Wayans is Robin.
Yeah, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
But this is when he
That
was
sounds
probably
vaguely familiar.
17 or 18 years old.
Right. I was reading that some people are upset because the creators of Superman, the people who still do the Superman comic, what was always the rallying cry of Superman back all the way to the George Reeves television show, was truth, justice, and the American way. And they're doing away with that to better reflect the storylines and current day. They're switching into truth, justice, and a better tomorrow. They're getting rid of the American way. I never understood how we were able to claim Superman anyway. Like if he's a guy from another planet who is...
He landed in America.
Right, but we don't own him. I mean, if somebody were dying... Lois Lane's getting dropped in the Eiffel Tower, right? He's not like, sorry, I'm stuck in America. I know he likes her and he'd go wherever she is, but I mean, the Earth Superman was beholden to the earth, as I understood it. We never claimed we like truth, justice, and the American way, but he wasn't American. We were.
He's an American immigrant.
Honestly, him landing here and us claiming him, that's pretty American. I mean, Christopher Columbus landed here and was like, this is ours. I mean,
manifest destiny.
Right.
Somebody pointed out that Batman is already the perfect American superhero. Because
he doesn't use guns. No, he's not.
He's rich enough to solve a bunch of problems with his money, but instead he just cosplays as a cop in a weird outfit.
Yeah.
Because there were a lot of foreign superheroes. When I was a kid, there was a comic book called Alpha Flight. Do you remember Alpha Flight?
Never heard of it.
They were like the Canadian Avengers. They were supposed to be initially kind of a 1 or 2 issue arc where they were part of Wolverine's backstory because he's Canadian. And there was somebody, when he was Weapon X, there was this team that was called The Flight. And it turned into Alpha Flight. They had like this not to get super geeky, but for people who remember this title, they had like a multi-tiered lineup. So they had Alpha, Beta, and Gamma Flight. And Alpha Flight were, as the name implies, the Alphas. But it was basically like Canadian Avengers. But man, did I love that comic book. They had a big Sasquatch. It was basically kind of a rip-off of Beast,
Still fun.
Yeah.
There's
But
so many
every country,
superheroes
there were always
rip-offs.
foreign super. Black Panther. It's not American. There was an Irish girl in the X-Men comics or Spider-Man comic books back in the day called Shamrock. Do you remember Shamrock?
Vaguely familiar.
Back when the IRA was a thing, Irish Republican Army, and when all the bombings and things were going on in the 80s in Belfast, and they had an Irish superhero named Shamrock. And her power was that the luck of the Irish was basically...
it's a domino now.
Her power was basically like she'd get lucky.
I could be that.
It would not be a bad... Black Widow's Russian.
That's right, yeah.
So, there was Captain Britain. I know
Scarlet
they did...
Witch is from a different another made-up country.
Sokovia?
Sokovia, yeah.
They had a female Ghost Rider who was from Mexico. I remember that.
And then they did an arc with Ghost Rider in that TV show, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., and he was, I believe, Latino. I don't know if he was American or not.
Miles Morales. I mean, he's American.
He's American, yeah.
Wasn't...
Thor? He's not American.
No, but I'm just talking about on the planet. Colossus is Russian.
Yeah. Storm is African.
Storm, yep. Wolverine's Canadian. Aquaman, I don't know what he is. He's
it's like Polynesian
Atlantean.
now.
Yeah, it's Jason Momoa now. He was the king of Atlantis, though, right? That was Aquaman's backstory?
Yep.
Yeah. Magneto is something. He's
Polish, yeah.
So, some people... yeah.
Polish. Like poles on a magnet.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Did you get that on purpose?
He's positive and negative Polish.
I see what you did there.
Uh-huh. Yeah. So some people, the usual suspects, are getting upset, I guess, because it's no longer truth, justice in the American way. People who probably haven't read a Superman comic book in about 30 years.
Or ever.
But there it is. Listen, you got to get people paying attention to Superman. First, they're like, all right, his kid's gay. And now they're like, and the dad's no longer, he's going to say truth, justice, and a better tomorrow. And frankly, who can argue over a better tomorrow? Who doesn't want that?
The people who want to make America great again.
But that inherent in that is a better tomorrow. They've got a different perception of what that is.
They want to go backwards.
They want people who everybody looks like them, but to them, that's a better tomorrow. It's certainly not the American way, not as we've defined it.
It's their American way. Alan, perception is reality. I don't know if you've heard this.
Let me write that down. Let me put that in the Mary file. Perception is reality. That's what Zuckerberg wants. All right, let me write it down here. Perception is reality. Do you want it in between I like harmonicas and jelly is not chocolate, or do you just want it the next one in line? Under there are alcoholics in France.
Honestly, it needs its own page.
All right. A letter from Chuck. Alan, I was channeling you today. I was picking up my son from the babysitter, and there's an elevator in the building. And as we were getting off, there's an old woman waiting to get on. And my 3-year-old was in this woman's way for about 2 seconds, and she got all huffy and said, I'm trying to get on, to which I politely said, yeah, we're moving. And as the doors closed, I heard her say, stupid kid, to which I reflectively shouted, shut up, you old crone.
Oh, yeah.
Nice.
There you go.
Crone.
Have that one in the chamber. Yeah. Listen, not proud of myself in that situation. I yelled at an old woman over the summer. But, if it can get you out of a sticky situation. Now, that's somebody, that old lady, that's somebody who's not all that concerned about a better tomorrow.
No.
She might not have one. Right?
Children are the future. She clearly doesn't care.
She does not care.
She thinks they're stupid.
Well, that's a child of the present. Not even the children of the future.
Children are the future, though.
Children are the future.
She doesn't like children, i.e., doesn't like the future.
Right. But when children are the future, then they'll be adults. Let's worry about the children of the present, right?
Okay.
That's what I think.
Sure.
Everybody's focusing on the children of the future.
It's not children
No,
of the future.
not children of
It was
the
never
future.
children of the future.
Children
are the future.
Right, but inherent in future is the future. So if you're talking about the children are the future, yes, but they'll be adults. Let's worry about the children are the present. Right? Everybody's kicking that can. Everybody wants to look at the future, whether it's the afterlife or down the road. Let's figure out now.
Well, I think
we get into trouble now because everybody wants to look down the road of the future. Let's handle some things.
Nobody's looking down the road of the future.
Let's handle some things that are happening now. What say? Let's do that. Things that have been happening. The future is right now, by the way.
No, it's the present.
The future can't be now if children are in future.
Mary, children can be whatever they put their minds to.
Boy.
That's also not true.
That is absolutely not true.
That's the biggest
that is
lie.
Patently false. But it doesn't mean you should stop trying.
You should stop trying at some things.
Yeah, some things aren't for everybody.
Yeah, there's some things like you're wasting your time.
You're not good at this.
But if you love pursuing it, is it a waste of, it might be objectively a waste of your time. Like I'm not going to play in the NBA is the classic example, right? I have no acumen for it. I'm 5'11". That's if I could want to be the greatest basketball player in the world. It's never ever going to happen. So you can make the case, but that to me was always a very obvious physical distinction to make. What about things that you can't look at somebody and say you couldn't do this? You can look at a person and go, you're never going to be a basketball player. But if somebody goes, I want to be I don't know. Anything else you could do?
Well, just
physical limitations are one thing.
Physical limitations are one thing, but there's other things that go into situations where I know a lot of people that talk about their big plans to do things, but they never actually take any steps towards those big plans.
Is that a thinly veiled reference to Poundcake?
It is not, but he happens to sort of fall under that umbrella. But yeah, there's a lot of people that I know that I'm like, okay, you want to do this, this, and this, but you haven't started doing the little tiny things to get there.
Well, I always take that to mean that they don't really want to do it.
Well, that's what I'm saying. So, like, shut up.
Oh, so your advice is, hey, shut up.
Yeah.
Do it or shut up.
Bill, do you have any advice? Shut up.
Shut up.
Just shut up about it.
Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
Alan, luck of the Irish is a sarcastic phrase, though. It references how unlucky they've been throughout history. Oh, is that true?
I have no idea.
Then what about all the clovers?
Yeah, why with the shamrocks?
And the
what
pot
about
of gold.
the potato famine and the bombings? And all right, I don't know. Magneto is also a Holocaust survivor. Well, yes, that was right.
Is that how he got his powers?
No, he's a mutant, so he's born with them.
Oh.
But that's,
Magneto's a bad guy.
Yeah, he's a bad guy. Well, he just has a different view of how things should be. He thinks that humans should be subject to mutants, and Professor X wants
he
everybody
believes
to
that
coexist.
mutants are the future.
Yes.
Oh.
Yeah,
Homo
we're the future,
superior.
not them, Charles.
That's right. Nightcrawler's German. No, that scene in the concentration camp, I don't know if it's X-Men 1 or 2, in the concentration camp
1.
where they take his parents and he's bending the fence.
Yep.
That is a great goddamn scene.
That's how that movie kicks off. The first X-Men movie starts with a lot of weight, and it's that
So that's
scene.
the very first scene of that series.
Yeah, and
that's
then
a great scene.
Then they do it again as they're reestablishing him in X-Men First Class.
That's upsetting.
It is upsetting, but it's his motivation.
I get it.
And that's why he's a little bit morally ambiguous, because he's got these powers and he's been treated so poorly by humans that he doesn't really see a lot of value in their life. Meanwhile, Professor X wants to try and live cohesively with them.
Poundcake, have you ever considered calling your ex-boyfriend Professor X? EX?
No.
It's a lawyer now.
Esquire X.
The gay lawyer?
No, I didn't.
All right. I hold you in contempt of, I don't know.
My heart.
Contempt of my heart. I hold you in contempt of my heart.
Speaking
no.
of contempt, I'm jury duty.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
You haven't figured out how to get out of that yet?
November 3rd. I just opened the mail today.
Oh, okay. You'll get out of it on day one.
What do you mean you get out of it?
You tell them you're in the media.
Oh, really?
Oh, yeah. They don't want
Networks.
somebody in the media. They don't want somebody who's too smart. They don't want somebody who's, in the
I'm
media.
going in there. Boy, this is exciting. Can't wait to talk about this on the Alan Cox Show today.
That's right.
2 p.m. And they'd be like, well, you can't go. Well, whenever I'm done, I'm talking about it on the show, obviously.
Mr. Squire, we're going to have to sequester you in a Holiday Inn.
What's the ideal person that they like for a jury? I've never been picked for a jury.
Well, I mean, I'm not trying to be facetious. I mean,
No,
jury,
I
jury of
literally
your
don't
peers.
know.
I mean, usually in the voir dire, which is where either party's counsel kicks people out of the potential jury pool, they're not looking for somebody that's like
a big mouth.
Well, no, they're not like looking for somebody who's like an engineer or a doctor. I mean, they're kind of looking for like regular people, you know,
The common man.
I guess. I don't even know what that means because
I've heard people that say, "Oh, I have jury duty," but they're like,
yeah, jury dirty. That's where you want to do it.
But somehow, some way, they get out of it. What, you have to write a letter? Does your boss have to write a letter? Like, do they have to fake an illness? Like, I don't understand. You just might not get picked, right?
You just might not get picked, right? But it's still taking a lot of time. I don't know what the per diem is for jury duty.
Conjugal visits.
Conjugal, you're there. You get to go home every day. I mean, you're sitting in the.
I'm thinking like the O.J. Simpson trial.
No, that's if you're on the jury. That's if you're on the jury.
Well, I'm talking about if you're on the jury.
Oh,
I don't know how that. I've never been on a jury, and I don't know anyone who has been on a jury.
No, I think if you're on a capital murder jury, it's probably different. I mean, that was first of all, nobody thought that trial was going to go that long, so those people got really pissed because it took so. They were in a hotel for 9 months.
Yeah, they said 9 months.
Yeah. But no, like a regular jury. I mean, you could be on a robbery case or something.
Had it been short, do you think the verdict would have been different?
Man, it didn't help. I mean, listen, they said afterwards that it was basically a racial determination, that they wanted to, get one over for Black America or whatever. Yeah, Rodney King, whatever it was. I mean, people on that jury years later would go, we,
And there's no.
We let OJ go.
There's no ramifications for that.
Trial's over. He's found innocent.
Well, I'm talking about for the jury. Like, if you say like we convinced the because there was like two. I watched the People versus O.J. Simpson, so I was like really into it. And there was like 2 white people that were like, "Oh no, he's guilty." Why couldn't they just do like a mistrial if that was the case? It was just public pressure.
I think a mistrial has to do with. A mistrial is more along the lines of if there was a procedural error.
No, mistrial is the jury couldn't come to agreement. You have to do it all over again.
Well, there was no way that they were going to have a hung jury in the O.J. Simpson trial. I mean, they had expended too much time and resources. It was a global, there was no way they were going to let that be a hung jury.
Just a hung defendant.
Yeah!
Oh, yeah, I saw those old pictures.
So a mistrial, I mean, you're right, but it can also be procedural. I mean, so if they go, oh, there was witness tampering or something like that, they'll strike the whole thing and they'll go start over.
Dude, that was wild. Because at first I was watching the series and they're like, oh, wow, you get to stay at the Ritz-Carlton and you get all room service and all that stuff. TV out of the room. We had to verify what books they were reading. They couldn't take any notes, so they couldn't write a book or anything. I'm like, what do you do all damn day? And you're not even allowed to talk about the case.
But you're in the case. Weren't they in the courtroom for hours a day?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but
then they're back. The bus takes them back to the hotel every day for 9 months.
And then you can't watch TV. So what do you do? What are you allowed to do?
Knit,
reading books,
read a book, or do push-ups.
Oh my God,
a lot of push-ups.
I'm so glad I'm not
wall
eligible.
chairs.
They're like, you guys are gonna make me read.
I can make you do anything, but you don't have a lot of other options.
I'd rather be held in contempt of court than read books.
I'm just surprised that they don't pay more for jury duty. You get $16 a day.
Oh, No, I thought it was you get they pay you your salary while you're gone.
No.
$16
Your
a day. That
salary?
can't be right.
No. Hey, Dan just told me. My wife got out of jury duty. Just got a $16 check in the mail.
$16 a day.
Maybe-
Not an hour?
Maybe that's for something else.
Listen, when I had the one time I had jury duty in the early 90s, I was there for 3 days and I got like $50 total.
That's crazy.
Apparently that has not, if that is the case, that is not followed along with cost of living increases. Alan and I got out of jury duty because my work told them it would be a hardship on the business.
I was going to say financial hardship is something that a lot of people can claim too, but people like me and Cody were like, bitch, you only make $16 a day anyway. Like, you might as well come here and do it for us.
Yeah. $30 day jury duty, somebody else says. Well, all right.
Maybe it's
I
by
don't know.
the court. Like
Maybe.
each court is
Yeah,
different.
maybe. But, if you were watching TV in the 70s or the 80s or any of these courtroom dramas, you'd be like, ooh, I want to be on a jury.
Tell you what, whatever
Jack
lawyer,
McCoy looking at me?
Whatever lawyer's doing my case, whatever judge, he's going to have to pay me way more. I'll give you the exact verdict you want, but you got to pay me better.
You know what? It seems to me that we can probably figure out a way where I can make more than $30 a day.
My
and
verdict
you...
is for sale.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's all you have to say, and they'll be like, you're excused, sir.
That's right, yes. Is there any reason that you would not be able to remain an impartial juror? I mean, other than selling my verdict? I don't think so. I mean, I'm pretty impartial about who pays the freight on my vote.
Defense or prosecution, I don't care.
There you go.
I just want to get pizzade.
Let's start a bid more, son. Counselor Frankenstein over here in the pinstripe suit. Whip out that checkbook, son. Alan, I had jury duty this summer, got paid $20 a day.
Well, the consensus is that it's not a lot of money, is what we're...
Right.
Unless you do it right. Scam.
And if you have a job where you're getting a salary, you're still getting paid anyway, even if you're at jury duty.
Can I do double duty? Can I be juror number 3 and jury number 9? Or like...
I mean, you are one person, so yeah, they need 12 people.
Well, I'll stay after hours, and then I can do
Excuse me, can I be 2 different people?
I'm just like, everyone else can go home. I'll be on this case too, just so, I can make
you're trying to double up on the cases.
Yes, that's what he means.
$32 a day.
Yeah, there's career politicians. Why can't I be career juror?
Career juror.
He's been on a jury for 30 years. He's running again.
Meet Cody Brown. It's on Jeopardy. He's a professional juror from Lorain, Ohio. Where are you from?
Oberlin,
Ohio. Same diff. Okay, let me take a break here. I'll have those tickets for you if you want to get to the Gojira show at the Gore. It's next Friday night, boy. That's going to be a good one. So I'll have a couple of tickets for you for that. I'll have another $1,000 to give away. You can go fund yourself coming up at 4:30.
The Alan Cox Show.
On our free iHeartRadio app.
All right, Gojira is in Cleveland next week. 1 week from this Friday, the 29th, at the Cleveland Agora, with special guests Knocked Loose and Alien Weaponry. That is a trifecta right there. Next Friday night, the Agora, go to axs.com if you need any further details on the show. But I'll get you 2 tickets here for Gojira at the Agora. I'll see you there. Caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 to win, or 800-348-1007.
Our apologies to second shifters.
All right, here we go, everybody. Let's get to work.
This is no way to start your day.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
I will have another $1,000 for you to win in about 10 minutes. 30 past every hour. Most of the day, you have about up to 16 chances a day to win, but every hour here on this show, there's a shot for you to grab some money. So $1,000 to go fund yourself here in about 9 minutes or so. So listen for that keyword. Cavaliers begin the regular season tonight. You'll hear it here, 8 o'clock tip on WMMS Live from Memphis. They'll play the Grizzlies. And then off tomorrow night. God, already off. And then the home opener is going to be on Friday night against the Hornets of Charlotte. And then they'll play again here on a Saturday night. See, they don't have a problem playing 2 nights in a row then. Friday and Saturday. Just not Wednesday and Thursday. Okay, I see how it is. Everybody taking their cues from Kyrie. All of a sudden, oh, well, we're not going to play on Thursday. Or maybe because of the Browns. Browns will play here at home tomorrow night. Of course, we'll do the Cox Out pregame downtown at the Ivy. I'll get down there around 7. So come on down. Poundcake's going to come down. Boy, he's going to have fun. We're going to see to it.
A little forced enjoyment.
Nothing better.
Yeah, why not? You can force someone to attend. You can't force someone to enjoy it, though.
I think you can force somebody to enjoy something.
All right. Well, we'll see if that happens. If you watch the show at alancoxshow.com, you can thank George Tatandem. Tatandem? Tatandem. George Tatandem is a hyphen in that name for helping out today in the video department. So thank you, George. If you listen on iHeartRadio from somewhere, let me know. I heard from Corey in Tarpon Springs, Florida earlier. He was listening to the show. Nathan listens in Cincinnati. Tammy is a bureau chief in Custer, Washington. Chris is a new bureau chief in Chicago. And Wade listens in Weirton, West Virginia. We'll have the Poundcake Sports Break in about an hour. Tomorrow, we will have the Week 7 picks from Terry the Goat. Whether or not she picks the Browns game, I don't know. That's not always a given. So we might not get tomorrow night's pick from Terry. Usually she does. She picked them to beat the Chiefs in Week 1. That did not happen. She picked them to beat the Cardinals this past week. You might have heard that did not happen. But she doesn't always pick them. So Browns, Broncos, first game of Week 7. And we'll have Terry's picks tomorrow. Have you seen the... It's silly, but it still made me laugh. Have you seen the Gabagool commercial?
No.
Remember Vincent Pastore? He played Big Pussy on The Sopranos. He's doing a commercial for Dietz and Watson, which is a deli meat company. I can't believe nobody thought of this before. And they put him in gray makeup and ears, and he goes, "Hey, I'm the Gabagool. It's for Halloween."
Perfect.
And it's amazing. And he's making sandwiches with Dietz and Watson meats.
Hey, it's me, the Gabagool, and today I'm gonna teach you how to make these Dietz and Watson hoagie bites for your Halloween guests. But on, this is delicious. Not for nothing, but now you gotta chop them into little pieces so your guests can enjoy them. See what I'm saying? Here you go. tasty hoagie bites.
Here you go.
Here you go. I'm the gabagool.
Tasty hoagie bites.
That's dynamite.
I love that.
Vincent Pastore. It's a little jarring, and obviously he's under a bunch of makeup, but it's a little jarring to see some of the older guys in that cast. Even older. Like when you see Tony Sirico, who was Paulie Walnuts.
Oh, I haven't seen him in a while.
He looks old. I mean,
he was
that
pretty
show
old,
was 30.
yeah.
How long ago? 25 years ago?
It started in 99.
99.
Yeah.
So 22 years.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. A couple of them have died along the way. Frank Vincent died. He was the guy that played Johnny Sack died in real life. Frank Vincent was in all his mob movies. In Goodfellas, he was Phil Leotardo. He was the guy that they ended up running over, or his car ran him over.
Yeah.
They popped him at the gas station, and then the wheel ran over his head.
Oh, I remember that.
So some of those guys are dead. What's his name is dead?
James Gandolfini.
Why couldn't I remember? I'm nailing all these tertiary characters. James Gandolfini. Boy, that I know I was complaining about it before because, as we've established, I'm difficult to please, which I was actually asking Gwen about last night. I go, am I difficult to please? She goes, no. I go, okay. She'd give me the goods. But that Many Saints of Newark, boy, did that make me mad. Still makes me mad. It's awful. It's terrible.
Afraid to not like it.
Ugh.
I was going to go see it in theaters, and then we had to reschedule, and I haven't watched it yet. So, is it really that bad?
Watch it. You tell me.
I will.
Some people liked it. I did not. And I really wanted to like it. Daniel says, I just moved from Cleveland, and now I listen in Jackson, Tennessee. Wow. Boy, a lot of people are moving to Tennessee, boy. Jackson or otherwise.
It's a nice place.
Is it?
I think so.
I mean, Nashville's fun. Pigeon Forge is lovely.
It's a beautiful part of the country.
Yeah.
Jackson
Mountains.
is where they have the Rusty's TV and Movie Car Museum.
Oh, obviously.
So maybe that's part of That's closer to Memphis than Nashville. But, okay, hey, thanks, Daniel. I appreciate it. Alan, Poundcake would never make it through jury selection.
Why?
Gay black man from Oberlin would be interpreted as antithetical to the mindset in most prosecutors' offices, so they would weed him out ASAP.
I don't understand. Why?
I don't know.
Because
Maybe
I have
there's
too many convictions.
Maybe there are too many adjectives there. Maybe they figured that there would be too many.
I'm like, it's just he's a black man, so it's just the white system trying to keep a black man down. So take that out.
Well, no, there are plenty of black people on juries. It's not got nothing to do with that. But
maybe it's the gay thing. Maybe I don't know. What?
Alan, I was supposed to be on a jury, but I called in and told them no thanks.
And they accepted that?
They got really mad and told me I could be arrested for having no reason. So I said, well, come and get me. And I never got another jury duty letter since.
No F's given.
Right.
Well, come and get me. What you in for? Bruh, you ain't gonna believe this. I wouldn't serve on a jury, bro. Oh, he hard.
Ironic. He's inside because he wouldn't serve on a jury.
I just accepted the plea.
These people aren't my peers. These other 11 people. A jury of your peers. What does that even mean anymore?
Right, I'm one of a kind. I'm a snowflake, baby.
Do you have to sign an NDA to be a juror?
Sign an NDA? No, I mean, if you're on a trial, you're expected to not discuss it with people outside the... Because you're not sequestered. And again, I don't know what the criteria is, but you're not sequestered for every single
Well, that's what I was thinking.
trial.
I'm like, if you have a hotel, I'm like, well, I'm about to kick it with the people that I'm here with. We have breakfast, we have lunch and dinner together. Can we have an affair? Like, are you allowed to...
Can we have an affair?
Are you allowed to bang a fellow juror or no?
I mean, you still have free will. You're still a human being. You can have sex with whoever you want. As long as it's consensual.
I was like, as we've discovered.
And of age.
Dan Cummins has a really funny bit about getting out of jury duty where he was called to be a juror on like a guy who he was charged or he was on trial for murder. He got off and then he was charged again for a different murder. And so Dan's like, I was trying to come up with all these ways of how to get out of jury duty, and it turns out just being myself was enough.
Yeah.
Because the guy's like, do you have any reason? Can you be a
impartial juror?
Impartial juror? And he was like, no. He's like, I'm a stand-up comedian. I get paid to make rash decisions quickly and stick to them. And the guy goes, have you made any rash decisions since you got here? He goes, yeah, that guy did it. Just like that. It's really funny.
Yeah, it's like the Todd Barry joke from years ago. He's like, I was on a jury and they put you in a Holiday Inn and they're paying for everything. He's like, it took me a long time to come to a decision on that defendant. A long time. Guys, can't we just think about this another couple days? I'm getting $50 and pay-per-view television. Let me get you some money here. It's $1,000. Beat that jury duty. $1,000 for you to go fund yourself. Listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword BILLS to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's BILLS to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
Alan Cox Show After Hours line. Anytime you want to drop us just a quick message there, you can. Emphasis on quick. Some people are leaving me novels on this thing. But again, whatever you need to get off your mind, you can drop a message there. It's 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan. It's Dustin from Georgia, checking in again with my normal voice. Something that keeps coming up on the show, I've been, wondering about this for a while, just kind of a curiosity, and it came up again yesterday. There's kind of like a semi-frequent thing that Mary does when she's telling a story. She really wants us to know.
Even fake Dustin gives you a hard time.
Fine.
He's really channeling. No, of course, this is real Dustin
real
using
voice,
his.
yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm killing the bit here.
Frequent thing that Mary does when she's telling a story. She really wants us to know what year the events took place. So yesterday, she and Poundcake are talking about getting pinched by a crab. Poundcake tells his story. Mary comes in and goes, yeah, in 2018, I was on this trip and this happened. Poundcake asks her, oh.
Is that true?
I did say that, but usually I benchmark things by if I was drinking or if I was sober.
That's what I
And
figured.
I know I got sober in 2019, so it's like, was it before or after that?
Where was that? Oh, it was here. It was 2018. And I'm just kind of curious, there's other stories like that. She told one last week about Moana, and I think that was 2018 as well. I'm just kind of curious if that's a thing that most people do, and I'm just like, I'm the weird one. But it seems to happen every once in a while where she really wants us to know the year, but then it doesn't really have to do with the year. So just curious. Again, this is Dustin. Love Mayor. Bye.
So it's because of the drinking.
Because
there was a lot. There were a lot of things you don't remember.
Well, yeah,
Right.
but we talked about this in grief therapy when they said that you have markers in your life of big things that have happened, and people generally measure their timeline of life based on huge life events. So if someone's recalling something, they're like, oh, that was before I was married. It must have been 1994. You know what I mean? So it's just, it's not that
I used to do that.
the year is super important. It's just that's how it's framed in my mind, I guess.
I used to do that with the years, and then I stopped in 2014.
Yeah, see? So you must have last done that in like 2013.
Uh-huh.
No, it's that it's not. That's so aggravating to me, and I know
For
I'm
me, like,
not in a good mood. So
Why are you not in a good mood?
No, I'm just PMSing and really pissy the last couple
Oh.
days. So when it's like, of everything you take out of the story, you're like, well, the year didn't matter. I'm like, okay.
Well, he was just
Like,
curious.
I know.
He's curious if there was a reason.
Here's the thing.
And there is.
None of this matters. So for them to get that nitpicky, it just, yeah.
That's what I mean.
Yeah, but
But
it's
like
also...
the nitpicking is just.
For me, like 2000, like my married years before I got on the Alan Cox Show, all run together so much. Like
Yeah.
I could not pick out a year.
Yeah.
So it's just like that's an era from like 2007 to 2012. That's 1 year.
Well, it's just like how I measure time. So if I'm like, oh, I was in college, so it must have been 2009. It's not
I think it
vital
actually,
to the story.
It's
It
not
just
vital,
gives
but
you,
it does let you know, like, okay, she was this. People know roughly how old you are,
Yeah.
so they go, okay, that's why you would act that way in that situation.
Yeah.
So I think it actually is relevant.
That's all he wanted.
I don't think
all he wanted. He wasn't saying all he wanted to know is why. There's your answer.
Now you know.
You were drunk.
Yes.
She was drunk and she was younger, and now I don't think she would react that same way to a crab.
I might not try to pick it up.
I bet you would.
time.
You'd react the same way to a crab.
If a crab pinched my hand, I would probably at least yell.
Yeah,
I
of
don't know
course.
if I would.
You'd yelp.
Right, but you wouldn't
One star for that
You
resort.
wouldn't bend over to pick it up and be like, "What's this rock doing here?"
Right.
What's
Right.
this circular rock that's got claws doing here?
So you're PMSing.
Yeah. I'm just
When do you
pissy.
when are you supposed to MS?
Well, I take my last birth control pill Monday. It usually takes a couple days.
Oh, you're going to
So-
be PMSing through the weekend in Wisconsin, or were you this
I'm
weekend?
in DC this weekend.
You're going to be PMSing at the DC Improv.
Yes. Yes, I
I
will.
read somewhere that their
man.
periods
Not good
attract
for you.
bears. The bears can smell the menstruation.
Ladies and gentlemen, coming to the stage, this lady right here. Don't mind the trail of blood up the steps.
Ew.
Mary Santora.
Now-
All right.
If I'm a person that doesn't think women are normally funny, are you going to be funnier or less funny on your period?
How do you feel about periods?
I just don't want to hear about them, you know?
I get that they happen. I just don't need it shoved
I just
in my
don't get
face.
why it's all they ever talk about.
No, I just I posted that on my Instagram yesterday where I was just like in a really like kind of anxious and depressed mood yesterday. And I was like,
Angsty.
man,
A lot of angst?
Oh, I was angsty. Yes, perfect. I was very angsty yesterday. And then when I went to go take my birth control, there was only 4 left, and I'm like, oh, that makes sense. That makes a lot more sense because I've been PMSing for 18 years, and it catches me
And
off
it
guard.
still sneaks up on you every time.
Single time. I'm like, man, I just
It's
am
because
not feeling well.
it's because there's just enough time in between periods to. It's like when winter comes around in the Midwest, people forget how to drive as though they've never seen winter.
Yeah.
Right? There's just enough time in between periods where you forget it's coming back, and then you go,
It's
God,
been 2.5 weeks of bliss.
Oh, it's been
Why
fantastic.
is everything annoying me?
Right.
Every way that people talk to me, every look that someone gives me, I'm like, what do you even mean by that?
Man, I've gotten extraordinarily lucky over my life with girls and periods and PMSing.
My PMS has gotten worse.
I've had an unbroken string of green lights when it comes to PMS. Either they've hidden it from me extraordinarily well, which I would not imagine anyone would do that. I've been so lucky.
I just get really testy. I just get my fuse is much shorter when I'm PMSing, and
Well, yeah,
that's
that's
really
what
it,
I
where
think.
I'm
That's
just
what
like,
most people associate it with. You're not crying and things. You're
I'll
just.
get emotional.
But that's a normal thing.
Yeah, but like it's overly emotional. So
Right.
like smaller things will upset me much more. That's normal PMS stuff.
Greeting card commercial.
Sure.
Mm-hmm.
My boyfriend and I just kind of hung out last night and talked. And
I don't know why
just-
I'm asking you all this. I should be asking Poundcake. No one knows.
The inequality
of the sexes more than a gay
Yeah.
man. Yeah, I should be asking him. But go ahead.
We were hanging out last night and we just kind of chilled. We were in bed by like 9:15, 9:30. We were passed out.
You and the boyfriend?
Yeah, and so I was like, we're texting today. I was like, the last night was really nice. I don't know the last time that we kind of just, hung out and talked, and we didn't turn the TV on, and we just kind of conversed until we fell asleep, and it was really nice. That was very nice too. He goes, yeah, it feels like we have done that in a long time. It's your fault. LOL. And I know he's joking, but I'm just going to let that text sit there because it aggravated me so much that he said that, but he didn't do anything wrong.
Did he text it LOL?
That he texted, yeah. It was all caps. And I was like, I can't deal with this right now.
Ha ha! I'm laughing at you. So you're mad that he said, you're mad that he told you that.
I'm not mad. I was just like annoyed because I know that he's joking and I know I don't need to make a big deal about it. So I'm just gonna be like, yeah, whatever.
It's a great part of having a
Yeah, whatever.
One of the great things
whatever.
about having a kid is you can speak to your spouse or your significant other through the kid.
Mm-hmm.
That's a lot of fun too. I'll look at my daughter and I'll go, "Mommy's having a day."
Right.
You know, so
Yeah.
that way it's communicated and vice versa.
Yeah.
You know,
Does
when
she
I'll
go-
go, "Daddy's being a pain in the ass" or whatever.
Oh, Daddy is hard to please.
Yeah.
Oh,
Would you
as
look
it
at
turns
that?
out. Look at that. What, Cody?
I was gonna say, do you ever say like something that, oh, go tell mommy this, and it would be like an insult?
No, I don't do that. No, it's like when we're all right there. No, she's not like my carrier pigeon.
Oh my gosh, I was my mom's carrier pigeon. When my mom wanted to like cuss out my brother, she would be like, go tell your brother to get his ass home right now. And then I would be like, can I say ass? Like, she's like, yes, go say ass before I whoop your ass. I'm like, okay. And I was like, Mom said, get your ass home right now.
Wow.
And he's like, I'm going to tell her you said ass. I'm like, she told me I can say it.
Do you think that I'm a crotchety old man?
No.
Do you know what crotchety means?
No.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. No? Do you think that I'm a crotchety old man?
No.
Do you know what crotchety means?
No.
Listen to the echoes in that mansion,
No.
man. It's
I know. What's
so
that like?
spacious.
Oh, I sold all our furniture. I didn't tell you that?
What cult did you join?
I'm not at liberty to divulge it.
That's not how cults work.
You should be recruiting. What
The
do you know?
Pontifex Institute. I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text for anything, 35192. To do that, you can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show. On
record, you dumb cracker. They broadcast me out on the radio.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Three 35192 want to shoot me a text. Got the Poundcake Sports Break in about a half an hour. New episode of his podcast dropped today, too, at alancockshow.com or wherever you get your podcasts. It's called Swalloween. What is it?
Spook Take.
Swalloween Spook Take. Right.
I thought, when I first read it, I thought it was Spooktalkie.
Oh, jeez.
Hey, listen. Flip a coin. Do you say Halloween or Halloween?
Halloween.
Halloween. Why do we say that?
I don't know.
Because it's all Hallows Eve. So
Yeah.
Halloween would sound normal. But I say Halloween, too.
Halloween. If
And I don't know
someone
why.
was like, Halloween. It's just how you say it in Cleveland with your A is.
Or Christmas or Christmas.
Big T.
So my mom used to get mad if I'd write Xmas because it takes the Christ out of the word, right? Xmas. So I started doing that all the time then. And now I don't even refer to Christmas anymore at all. I just call it Winter Holiday. Just to get Fox
Winter
News mad.
solstice?
Winter solstice?
Solstice, and then they got the Christmas tree is a pagan thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's make Christmas more pagan again.
Something like that. That's the best thing about when we were in Paris for Christmas years ago. It's like it's got all of the fun Christmas stuff, but they're not hitting you over the head with Jesus all the time.
The way Charlie Brown wanted it.
Just the way. There were a lot of tiny, bald children over there, too. So there was a distinct Charlie Brown vibe.
I hate bald boys.
Because of Charlie Brown? Or just in general?
Pants.
Huh?
Don't worry about it. Just
all
a
right.
dumb reference from I Think You Should Leave.
Oh, God. That show is so funny.
It's not that funny, or you would have gotten the reference, Alan.
I might not have seen it
enough,
yet.
yeah.
Yeah,
No.
I haven't seen the whole thing yet.
No,
I
that's
stopped
not
at Santa. Was
Oh, that's going to be my Halloween costume.
Biff Whiff.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, what did I just watch?
Detective Crash.
Don't you know how to drive? No, I
don't
don't.
know how any of this works.
Use your steering wheel. Ow!
It hurts.
Anywho, for the people who don't know what we're talking about, the show, Tim Robinson, who was on SNL for a cup of coffee a decade ago, he has a sketch show on Netflix called I Think You Should Leave. The second season is currently streaming, and it is
Awful.
very funny.
Very, very funny.
It's an acquired taste. It's uneven, but man, I think there's more good than bad on that show.
Agreed.
I'm sure there are
Like
things.
sushi. An acquired taste and uneven, depending
There
on what
are.
you care about.
I mean, there are parts of it you liked.
There's a sketch that I liked.
You like the
But you
bones are
haven't
their
watched
money.
them all.
You've made me watch so many of those.
I made you watch.
You've probably made me watch 10.
This
No.
is so.
Yes.
So
Like
forced
2.
entertainment is not a thing then.
Not forced enjoyment. Is not
Forced
a
enjoyment,
thing.
right?
Forced entertainment is what
Like-
I do all the time.
Like one episode, I think I've made you watch.
You've made me, not episodes, you've made me watch probably 10 different sketches over
I
the
don't-
course of that thing being out. Yes.
I don't think so.
I'm
Not that
100% positive because I counted.
You counted them all?
'Cause they make
Can you
me
name
that
them?
mad. This one I like.
Follow my lead in G.
He rode into town on a jet black mare, spat and hitched her to a tree. He made his way to the town saloon the day Robert Palin's murdered me. It was also the night that the skeletons came to life. They came from under the ground and from all over the... Palins grabbed the preacher's daughter. He aimed to shoot her at my crown. He cocked that crooked hammer back and he brought that hammer down. Exactly. The bones of the skeleton's money. In our world, bones equal dollars.
That is so dumb. That's like the perfect amount of dumb to me.
But there's so much dumb stuff like that.
But there's
so much dumb.
dumber that I'm like, I can't even get behind this. This is so stupid.
I can see that. And that's usually how I feel. I am surprised at how much I like this show.
Yeah.
I am genuinely surprised. Because there are a lot of sketch shows I watch, I'd be like, it's
Yeah.
too stupid for stupid's sake. But he's got some leeway with me because I loved Detroiters with him and Sam Richardson. So,
that is a very funny show.
Oh, it's great.
I binged that when we were off in July. And
these dumb shows that last
so
6 or
funny.
7 seasons, and they canceled Detroiters after 2 seasons. Jeremy listens to the show in Corpus Christi, Texas, on the iHeartRadio app. So thanks, Jeremy. Melissa listens in Beaumont, Texas. Mark is in Greenville, Indiana. Krista is our bureau chief in Ponce, Puerto Rico. So there's that whole thing. Hey, Snoop Dogg is 50 years old today. Calvin Cortazar Broadus. Did you know his middle name was Cortazar? I thought that's what they like shoot into your knee when you... Huh?
That's cortisol, I believe.
That's like the... when you're hungry? The hormone that makes you hungry? Is that what that is? Calvin Cortazar Broadus Jr. So he's only a couple of months younger than me. He's 50 years old. The Public Enemy guys, they picked up Flava Flav on a domestic. You see that? Flavor Flav. Am I pronouncing it? Yeah, Flavor Flav. They picked him up out in Vegas, I think. He was punching a girl or something. And what?
Nothing. I bet it was in New York. She wouldn't be having that.
Oh, was she on that show with him?
She was that show.
She was Flavor of Love?
Yeah.
I thought that was Brigitte Nielsen.
No, that was when he was on The Surreal Life.
Oh, I can't keep him straight. He was arrested for domestic battery outside of Las Vegas. A woman called the cops and said that he poked her in the face, grabbed her, threw her down, and grabbed a phone out of her hand.
She probably did something to him. Like not to say that he needed a reason to beat her, but she's probably taking a. That's not.
Keep going.
No,
I want to hear what you have to say.
I'm saying she probably took a picture of him or something, or something probably set him off, and that's not an excuse to beat anybody.
But if it's your girl, the guy makes his living with people taking pictures of him.
But that's what I'm saying. There's probably more to the story, and the fake news isn't reporting it. They just want to bring another black man down. Like he did that girl.
All right. Sure. All right. Well, there you go. Well, he got arrested.
Yeah, did he have a stupid clock around his neck?
I don't know. Well, there's no clock in prison.
I want him to have the Viking hat and the clock, and he's just there posing for his mugshot.
But there was a time, Chuck D and Flavor Flav were very public about the fact that they didn't think that Snoop and Kendrick Lamar and Jay-Z, all the guys doing the Super Bowl halftime show in a few months, they said they're not hip-hop. They're like Public Enemy. There's a difference between hip-hop and rap, which is a distinction a lot of people don't make. But they said Snoop Dogg, not hip-hop. That's a whole specific thing. Snoop is not sitting on his laurels, by the way. He dropped an album in April, and he's got another one coming in a couple of weeks.
That's exciting.
That sounded sarcastic.
That's a lot.
You're not into Snoop? This is his 19th album. Is coming in November. It's called Algorithm. He dropped From the Streets to the Suites in April. It's probably a pandemic. So within the span of a few months, he's dropping his 18th and 19th album.
I know the Snoop hits, and I'm happy for him to continue to do stuff, but I just feel like 2 albums in 1 year is a lot.
It's got a lot to say, man.
I guess so. Well, I guess. Why not? He's coaching football, and he's doing collabs with people like Bruno Mars. Still, unpopular opinion, best Snoop Dogg song ever.
That Bruno Mars one.
Nope, it's Sexual Seduction. Sexual Eruption?
Sensual Seduction.
Well, that was the radio version. Yeah. Sexual Eruption was the Triple X version.
I don't even know that song.
A sexual eruption. Seduction. Him and Petey Pablo or one of those guys.
I don't know who it was, but he was like, or I think it was maybe Daft Punk, maybe.
No, it wasn't that. It was older than that.
Before I'm gonna take
yeah,
it
that's
slow.
Right. Sensual Seduction.
Don't gotta rush to stroke. So she
yeah,
can
that's
get,
right.
Yeah,
that's right. Who was the guy that sang that with him, though? Had some nice keyboard action in it. Yeah. Next time you and your boyfriend are going to go to bed at 9:15, you should play this.
We still had all the fun we needed to have, just
more quickly.
Not even more quickly, just earlier in the night.
Oh. Who is this singing?
This is T-Pain.
No.
Sounds like T-Pain.
He did Lil' Kim. He did.
So she can get up.
Yeah.
That's no fun.
I know. Mad TV did. Mad TV had Keegan-Michael Key playing Snoop Dogg as an accountant, and they called it sensible deduction.
That's funny.
It's great because that song's like 15 years old. Best Snoop Dogg song. I don't care what you say.
Okay.
Bill, I said I don't care what you say.
And that's what I'm just saying.
I
Okay.
don't care what you say.
I mean, you're hard to please, so if that's the one that pleases you, happy you like it.
All right. Oh, that's him.
That's him
With
singing?
auto-tune.
No.
Yes.
Play it again.
Yeah, it is. It is.
I didn't realize that. I thought he was...
I still thought he was with someone, but I knew it was him.
I thought it was with somebody. Well, that puts it in a whole new light. Now I can enjoy that song on an entirely different level. Anyway, so they picked up Flava Flav, and he punched somebody. And the number one, by the way, speaking of the line between rap and hip-hop, if you're into either of them, the number one hip-hop song right now on iTunes is from a guy named Loza Alexander. Have you heard Loza Alexander? He's just kind of an opportunist. He's one of these like black dudes that runs around rapping in a MAGA hat. And so all the MAGA people like fake love this guy because he's, you know.
The way they love Kyrie right now because he's standing up to vaccine mandates.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right. But if they changed their opinion on anything, he'd be an N-word again.
Well, if they listen to any of his opinions on anything else, they'd be like, well, I don't like that.
Well, they love flat Earth, probably. Yeah. That's right in line there. But you might have recalled that earlier this month at Talladega, this guy, Brandon Brown, won. And the crowd was chanting F Joe Biden. And the girl who's interviewing Brandon Brown either honestly misunderstood or was genius and said, you can hear him chanting, let's go Brandon. So let's go Brandon has become this shorthand with the MAGA crowd for F Joe Biden. So instead of, you know, like they're selling merch that says, let's go Brandon. I thought it was like a Make-A-Wish kid or something. It's the dude that won Talladega.
As you can hear the chants from the crowd. Let's go, Brandon.
So the dude, the number one song, rap song on iTunes is Let's Go Brandon by some dude. Because now that's shorthand for, you know.
Don't nobody want this commie because we not in China. Everybody hated Trump and now they out to catch a body. What they get for treating us like we in Squid Games. Green light mandate like he's in
Squid Game reference. Wow, this guy just...
This is fresh.
This guy crapped this out within the last week or so.
These times people waking up to everything. Go Brandon, but we all know what the saying means.
Let's go, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon.
What they saying, ho?
Let's go, Brandon.
What they saying, ho?
What they saying? Yeah, it's a number one song right now on iTunes. And every time I read something about number one that's on iTunes, it reminds me that iTunes is still a thing. I don't realize iTunes is still a thing anymore. But it is.
You know what else was number one on iTunes? Hillbilly Bougie by Mary Santora.
Hillbilly
Available
Bougie.
Anywhere you get your music now.
The B-side, Let's Go Brandon on Hillbilly Bougie. More on the hillbilly than the bougie
That's
part,
fine.
though, for Let's Go Brandon. But this guy went, I think basically he blew up on TikTok for this, and then he just recorded a song super fast and then threw it on iTunes. Kelly Stavast was the NBC reporter who interviewed Brandon Brown. But if that was her thinking on her feet, and it probably was, because if you're right there, you know exactly what they're saying, and she spun it into Let's Go Brandon, that is genius. That is thinking on your feet at the highest level. So, like, there's like MAGA merch that says Let's Go Brandon. There's MAGA merch for everything, but Let's Go Brandon.
As you can hear the chants from the crowd. Let's go, Brandon.
You know, right here, all these frat boys are screaming the F word. Oh, they love you, Brandon. Hey, Aisel. Aisel.
Alan.
What's going on?
It's going all right. I would like to put this up for debate. The first rap song, which was spoken word, was recorded by Glenn Scott Heron.
Gil Scott Heron.
Oh, Gil Scott Heron.
The revolution will not be televised.
The revolution will not be televised, and it's still up for debate. But I'm thinking it was recorded in the early 60s, and I'm still convinced that it was the first recorded spoken word, which became rap.
Well, so you're saying what? You think that the revolution will not be televised? I mean, that wasn't the first spoken word recording.
But put to music.
Oh, no, I'm not saying that.
Oh, okay, because it wasn't put to music. I don't
The
think,
first rap song was Ice Ice Baby. Everybody knows that.
Yes.
Well,
That's right.
That's my spin on this whole thing.
I mean, in popular culture, I think "Rapper's Delight" was considered to be the first quote-unquote rap song from Sugar Hill Gang.
Really?
Yeah. I mean, in rap culture, I think that's considered to be,
Well, that's my spin. See you, bye.
You will not be able to stay home, brother. You will not be able to plug in, turn on, and cop out. You will not be able to lose yourself on Skag and skip out for beer during commercials because the revolution will not be televised.
Now it'll be
The
screaming.
revolution will not be televised.
Yeah, right. Skag. What a great old piece of slang.
Skag's a great
Skag.
Will
Yeah.
not show you pictures of Nixon blowing a bugle and leading a charge by John Mitchell, General Abrams, and Spyro Agnew.
Yeah, Spyro Agnew. I think the very first song, though, came from the Human Horn, Shooby Taylor.
Silly blobby, straw, sorrow, shabba, robba, robba, straw, fiddly baby, ross, little bit of dwee, fiddly do splaw, love it was dwee, tilly do raw, shabba, straw, ha, da, ha, fiddly dee da, fiddly do dweeba. Blacks, let's not forget where we came from. Let's learn to love and respect each other.
That was the first rap performance. This was at the World Series of the Negro League. This was 1946, I believe. But did Shooby Taylor, the Human Horn, get any credit? Nope.
DJ, turn that anthem up in my headphones.
Where's my beat? Mm-hmm. Gil Scott Heron. Scott Hag. Skag. Anyway. If Bill thinks 2 albums a year is too much, he should check out Buckethead. He makes 20 or 30 a year.
Buckethead.
Yeah, again, that's, some people just crap out albums, but that's almost, listen, do what you want, but it's too much. It's too much.
20 to 30.
Almost
Nobody
too
needs
much.
that. And a lot of people will say that the first rap song was Rapture by Blondie, but that's, nobody who's into rap wants to hear that nonsense. They don't want to, people were rapping before Blondie came out. It was just the first time white people had heard it. And it was awful. I mean, I love Blondie. It was awful, terrible.
Rapper's Delight was the first, number 1 song, but there was rap before that.
Yes.
There's
Has there been rap after that?
No.
Oh.
Not really.
Don't move too slow, cause the man from Mars is through with cars. He's eating bars, yeah, wall to wall, door to door, hall to hall. He's gonna eat them all. Rapture, be pure, take a tour.
Yeah, it's terrible, terrible. Man from Mars is eating cars and guitars and bars. Okay. But some people do enjoy that. First rap song was Charlie Daniels' Uneasy Rider. I've never even heard Uneasy Rider.
As I cross the Mississippi line.
There you go. The very first rap song. Congratulations, Charlie Daniels. That was before he went down to Georgia to argue with Satan, I think. Remember that song?
No.
Satan hit south of the Mason-Dixon line. I forget what that was called.
There was a fiddle.
It was
No.
Satan's Fiddle.
There's no fiddles
on
in country
on
music.
Stone Mountain. It was what was it called? Satan on Stone Mountain, I believe is what that was called.
That was the second album.
What was the first one?
Satan on the Mountain.
And those were of his 20 to 30 albums that he would release a year back then.
Alan, what the hell happened to Snoop Lion?
That was something that he did, just a reggae album, and called himself Snoop Lion for that album.
Yeah. Yeah, he wasn't going to stick with it. He just kind of did his thing. He did smoke the weed, lighters up, did some Miley Cyrus. Because when you think reggae, you think a collaboration with Miley Cyrus.
It only makes sense.
Yeah. Who's like flashing the cooch. You know, I'm using
what? She is?
I'm using Poundcake's mom's nomenclature there. His mom prefers
vagina.
I didn't know we could
coochie.
say that on air.
You can't. I can. Miley Cyrus just did some photo shoot in Interview magazine or something where she's doing a hand bra, but there's one where she's like spreading wide open and she's wearing like boy shorts or something, but
you can see her labrum.
I don't know that you can see that, but she is still she's still feeling herself, boy. Miley Cyrus. A lot of people don't know this. She used to play a children's character.
Elmo?
Elmo, that's right.
I never knew that.
That's where that Tickle Me Miley doll came from.
That makes more
It was
sense now.
huge, about 15 Christmases ago. But no, she played a character called Hannah Montana. And the conceit is that she could live a normal life, and she had like a family and a dad, and I think a dead mom. But when she put a wig on, no one could recognize her. And so then she was able to have a global music career.
Is that a
It was a real Clark Kent type situation where, you know, he took the glasses, put the glasses on, nobody knew it was Superman. Miley Cyrus, I believe, was who played Hannah Montana.
Her brother on that show was like 30 when he was playing like an 18-year-old.
All right.
That's
well,
funny.
There you go.
Those Disney Channel shows really stunted my growth because I thought like
that's what did it.
No, because I was like watching Lizzie McGuire and I always thought that conversations are always supposed to go down in the hallway. These guys are always supposed to look like they were 20-year-olds.
You thought TV
playing like 8th graders.
You thought TV was reality.
Yeah, I was angry that.
How old were you when this was happening?
Well, Liz McGuire was on in like what, 2005, 2006.
Why did you think it was reality? I mean,
the dates aren't important.
I don't know what age. I mean, do the math. I think probably like 13.
But you were old enough to know that television wasn't real.
I just thought.
Was it confusing because Hannah Montana went on tour in real life?
I thought it was the standard, like the lockers in TV. I was like, why are their lockers like sliced into thirds? Why are our lockers not sliced into thirds? I thought that was the standard.
School lockers?
Yeah, their school lockers were sliced into thirds.
What does that mean?
Like they were really small. You could only put books in them. It literally just was like a book locker and not a coat locker.
And
They're also in California, so they probably don't have coats.
Liz McGuire never said she lived in California.
Wait, what?
But they probably filmed
Wait. What do the lockers have to do with you thinking television was real life?
That's what he thought his lockers would look like at school.
Yeah.
We had really small lockers in my high school.
Well, we didn't in mine.
Oh, we had full length ones.
Stupid, ugly, long ones. I was just like, what am I supposed to do with this? And I had like, I decorated my locker. I had like accessories and ears
we had like
and combs.
skinny ones though. They weren't.
Ours were skinny.
Oh well, then yeah. So you thought that everything that was on TV would be exactly the same as everything in your everyday life?
Just the lockers.
They set the standard. Yes, they did.
But it's not.
What standard though?
Standard of society of a young adolescent.
He's watching Saved by the Bell. I was like, I thought once I was in high school, I could say time out and everything would stop.
I was gonna say because I've never heard another. If you're saying that's a standard that everyone expected, I've never heard another person say that Hannah Montana set their standard for what they thought school would be.
Yeah, well, that's what I thought it would be like.
Alan, the Satan's fiddle is my favorite sex position. All right, well, there you go. Here's another count he heard from. I've got to take a break. I will have those Bloodview haunted house passes for you, and I'll get you a couple of passes, too, for the preview of the movie Antlers that we're doing, which looks pretty scary. Doing that on Monday night. If you want to get a text in for anything, we'll get to the Poundcake sports break here shortly. You can text 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox Show. Everywhere on our free iHeartRadio.
All right, a couple of passes here for you to get to Bloodview Haunted House out in Broadview Heights. You can go to bloodview.org if you want further info. And a couple of passes for a preview screening we're doing on Monday night of a movie called Antlers, which was due out last year. Got delayed. Looks good, looks dark, looks scary. It's going to be in theaters everywhere on the 29th. You'll see it a few days prior. So a couple of passes for Antlers, and we'll get you and a pal into Bloodview Haunted House. Be caller 10. That's all yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Now you can enjoy that sickening middle of the night. What am I gonna do with my life? Feeling in the afternoon.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Yeah, I had an attitude.
For people who are asking me about the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony, which is next Saturday, the 30th, they moved it to the Romo Fijo. We are giving away tickets for that. So go to WMMS.com and hit the contest tab. I think I might have some passes for you next week here on this show, but that's not confirmed yet. But in the meantime, you can get your name in the big box for the event. It's going to be Dave Grohl getting inducted, Foo Fighters getting inducted by Paul McCartney, and I don't think Tina Turner is expected to appear, but Angela Bassett will induct her. The aforementioned Miley Cyrus is going to, not Miley Cyrus, Taylor Swift is going to induct somebody. So they got a pretty good lineup. Kraftwerk's going in, Go-Go's are going in. And it'll be interesting to see how they do it at the Romo Fijo. It's been at Public Hall as long as I've been in Cleveland. But the Rock Hall induction ceremony is next Saturday. It's the 30th, Halloween Eve. Cavaliers start the regular season tonight in Memphis. The home opener is Friday night against the Charlotte Hornets. 8 o'clock tip tonight here on WMMS. So listen for all that. We'll get to the Poundcake sports break here in a moment. Kevin Stefanski said, of course, Case Keenum is in for Baker Mayfield against Denver tomorrow night.
Do they replace him in all the commercials too?
I don't know about
At
that.
home with Case Keenum.
Mm-hmm.
Don't know about that. But Kevin Stefanski also said Nick Chubb's out.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Nick Chubb! Hasta la vista, baby! Nick Chubb! Touchdown!
Isn't Kareem Hunt on the IR too?
Yeah, and OBJ, I
Oh
think,
my
right?
God.
I mean, so it's
Beckham is questionable.
Oh my goodness.
okay.
Landry's not back.
Nope. He practiced today, but
It is solid second and third string, boy.
He
It's gonna
practiced
be-
yesterday. Wills is out again,
Oh,
and I
goodness.
believe Conklin also out.
Team is beat up. Broncos say Teddy Bridgewater is going to be the quarterback though for tomorrow night. He's got a bum foot, but that guy, who's the guy, the coach of the Broncos? He's like, "Hey, I'm Vic Fangio."
Yeah, Fangione or something.
Fangione, yeah. This guy's been in professional football for 40 years. He finally got a head coaching gig. Denver Broncos. So that'll be tomorrow night. Of course, we do the Cox Out pregame, which is before all the Browns home games, and tomorrow night is no different. So as soon as we get off the air here tomorrow, I'm going to scoop my tiny ass downtown, and we'll start up at the Ivy, which is West 6th and Lakeside, tomorrow night for the game. So that'll be fun. So come down and hang there. Hey, Drunk Sue.
Hey, baby.
How you feeling?
You almost caught me mid-swig.
Mid-swig. All right. Yeah. All right. How are things going? We learned earlier in the week that Drunk Sue,
Yeah.
unfortunately, her daughter passed away prematurely. How you doing with all that?
I'm hanging in there.
Okay.
A little tired and numb.
I understand.
Something like that. But I wanted to tell you, because of all this thing that's going on, I went ahead and got my shots.
You're going to hang up your socks?
No, I got my shots.
Oh.
Yeah.
Like your COVID shots?
What do you mean?
Jello!
Jello shots?
Hell yeah.
Okay. What's all right. Sue's taking it as
Yeah.
best as can be expected, I guess. I mean, you what flavor Jello?
It don't matter.
Oh, just it doesn't matter at all.
It doesn't matter at all.
Orange,
I'll put my
lime.
phone in there and scoop that sucker out and yep.
You never see lime Jello shots like
Lime Jello shouldn't exist.
Well, that's a matter of opinion, I guess. But it's like, at the last Cox Out on Sunday, the girls are walking around with the Jello shots in the syringe. And I bought a little round for me and a couple of pals. And they're delicious. They're orange. But you never see lime Jello shots. Is that because they would be visually disturbing, do you think?
It's got to be, no. It's either red, orange, yellow, or blue.
Blue, yeah, okay. Red, orange, yellow, or blue. So not green.
No.
But you wouldn't turn
We
down
never make green. We never make green Jello shots ever.
Right, but Sue, you wouldn't turn down a lime Jello shot.
Hell no, I wouldn't.
See, so
Come
she's
on,
already
bring a bunch of
she's already
tray. Bring a
violating her.
tray over here.
What's that?
Bring a tray.
Yeah. All right.
Yeah.
So you is it safe to say that you're kind of in the process of maybe doing some self-medicating then?
Yeah, at this point, yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I didn't-
Listen,
I didn't dare for a few days because I was just like, I didn't know what to do.
I get it. I get it. It's time. It's time to get It's time to get off the wagon again.
Oh, it's right time to jump right back on. It's like falling off a horse.
Right. Well, don't do that. Don't get on in your condition, Sue. In your condition, don't get on any horses. Okay.
I know, right?
Yep.
I took an Ambien the other night.
Yep.
And then I had to go to the bathroom. Oh, that was a mistake. Yeah. You're not stable when you take an Ambien, man.
That's an understatement, from what I understand. There's people out there operating heavy machinery, and
If I went yeah, right. I went to the bathroom because I had to go to the bathroom.
At least you made it. Some people are lying there in bed on Ambien, just letting fly.
Well, yeah, but when we do pee in the bed.
Well, that's the implication. Yeah, it's okay. Listen,
I had to get up.
I understand.
But anyways, if anybody's afraid of taking their shots, try the Jello ones.
Try the Jello ones. Understood. All right, I'm going to put you in touch with the CDC. Okay.
I love you guys.
All right. Love you too, Sue. Be careful out there. Okay.
Yep, you bet.
All right.
Sue.
Drunk Sue, who's
Sue.
midst of some mourning for her family and herself.
Sue.
Hey, let me give away this money, and then we'll get to the Poundcake sports break here with the quickness. Up to 16 chances every day now for you to win $1,000 every hour here on the show. In fact, it's $1,000. Listen to the keyword here, and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword cash to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's cash to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
By the way, a couple of people texted me in the break to clarify Poundcake. You were talking about the lockers stacked, 3 high. I never saw that show, so I didn't understand that's what you were describing. I thought you meant they were just a third of the size, but still vertical.
No, I knew what he meant.
I didn't know what that meant. So these are horizontal
They're
lockers.
small. They're like this big.
Yeah. So I didn't know that's what he meant. We had vertical lock. So you thought the school was going to be horizontal lockers.
Yeah, but then I realized in Oberlin's history, we've never had like that many kids enrolled in our school system.
That would be necessary.
There's not that many kids that need that little sliver of a locker.
But you didn't have lockers in like junior high or middle school?
No, we did. But we always got a full locker. And this is like a first world problem. I'm complaining about having too much space versus, having a big crowded school and everyone's just, the hustle and bustle of the hallways that you get like a sliver of a locker. But yeah, we were quite comfortable. Enough to have...
You climb in there and take a little nap.
I had my Warburg in there. I had every season. I could still have a little revolving closet thing.
Are you ready for the sports break?
Hold on, let me pull up my phone. Yes, I am.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break!
In the headlines today, this guy is craving attention, so by golly, I'm going to give it to him. Former Cavalier Kyrie Irving got blasted by the one and only GOAT in radio, Howard Stern. The radio titan laid into the basketball star, calling him a douchebag and the top idiot in the country over his vaccine stance. Now, while I don't agree that Kyrie's the top idiot in the country, I think it is a bit ridiculous he's giving up millions of dollars for something as foolish as this. I think Howard should have a one-on-one with Kyrie and give him a stern talking to. Also, on a raceway in Connecticut, a car loses control and crashes into a fence and leaves multiple people injured. This is my issue with white sports. They're too dangerous for the athletes and the fans. Black sports, the athletes might go broke. You might get a concussion. You might even lose an ear. That's being an athlete. White sports, y'all be trying to kill everybody. If you haven't checked out the video via TMZ, I suggest you do. Prayers to everyone involved. Lastly, Patrick Mahomes' brother, Jackson Mahomes, is under fire for doing a TikTok dance on a gated-off portion of the field that the Washington football team held in memory of their former player, Sean Taylor, who was murdered in 2007. See, this is what doing it for clout gets you. You too busy doing the stanky leg and the kiki dance, you don't even worry about doing that 1-2 step on someone's legacy. Perhaps Mahomes was creating a new TikTok trend, the Tone Deaf Challenge. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes this Poundcake Sports Break.
Play ball! This is a Poundcake Sports Break!
Man, I haven't heard a stanky leg reference in a minute.
It's a good one.
Stank, stank! Oh, wow. Hustle and bustle, hissle and twistle over there. All right.
Good job. Funny.
Yeah, that was good. And if you want more where that came from, the new Poundtake podcast dropped today, the new episode at alancoxshow.com called Halloween
Spooktake.
Swalloween Spooktake. It's going to make everything so complicated and weird and confusing. Swalloween Spooktake. Yes, on brand.
I wanted to add that I think it's actually quite progressive. Despite Patrick Mahomes' brother, Jackson Mahomes' little incident.
His brother's name is Jack Mahomes.
Jackson.
Jack.
Well, Jack.
Yeah, I'm sure they
Jack
call him
Mahomes.
But he's a member of the LGBT. I mean, I don't think he's officially came out, but I mean, judging
Well,
by
how do you know?
Look at the video.
Oh, really?
Yeah. And
so you're saying that you're breaking the news here that Patrick Mahomes' brother is gay.
I like it when Cody sounds like a bigot.
I'm not a bigot. No.
Look how gay he dances.
But this has been like circulating before.
A lot of gay dudes don't like other gay dudes.
I'm not trying to. I'm just saying it's really cool that you have like a big football star like Patrick Mahomes.
Asking you a goddamn thing.
And he is an ally for his brother. I love that. I love that for him. It's going to help people because football is probably the most, I guess, probably bigoted sport, right?
Take your pick. I don't know. Yeah,
there's not really one you can be like, that one.
Nobody's cornered the market on bigotry in sports.
Of the big three.
Of the big three. Yeah, I don't know. Baseball's not great. Basketball's not, like, it's kind of a toss-up.
As far as, like, homophobia.
You mean among the fans or the players?
Both.
I mean, I think the fans, they probably can duke it out among any sports, but I don't know.
Cricket.
Highlight. How about, so because his brother was doing the way he did the stanky leg, telegraphed to you that...
Oh, never mind. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have. Nothing.
Men are speaking, Mary.
I understand. I jumped in and cut him off for the wrong reason.
Go ahead, Cody.
No, I don't remember. What were you asking?
Well, no, I was asking, it was the way that he did the stanky leg that made you think, oh, he's...
No, this has circulated before that I don't think he's not a public figure, so he didn't have to make a statement saying, hey, I'm gay. But it was circulating around Twitter and everything else.
So his brother is not an athlete?
No.
Okay.
And his brother looks on the tad bit feminine side. So I just was curious. If he is, great. We have a really, I imagine Patrick Mahomes loves his brother, and I don't think he would be the type of person to be like, oh, my brother, the big Nelly Bottom, the queen. Like, I think he would be
Big Nelly Bottom?
It's a Queer as Folk reference.
Oh.
Yeah. But I just think that's cool. Like, imagine if Tom Brady had like a gay son.
I love my dead gay son. Yeah, okay. But also, look at the flip side of that. Imagine Pat Mahomes' brother is gay, and he comes out, and Patrick Mahomes hates gay people. Imagine he comes out publicly.
I don't think he could.
He could.
I think that would hurt his career.
And all those bigots would immediately love him.
They would.
He'd be their new hero.
What's a bigger market, the bigot market or like the progressive market?
Boy, it's hard to say.
Now these
it's hard
days.
to say.
50-50.
It is hard to say.
These days, yeah.
I think progressive has the edge because you can't.
Because it's still TV.
Yeah, life and history have a liberal bias, but it's pretty closely matched. Well, a lot of people are loving that sports break.
It was really good.
Didn't stumble over one word, Alan. Excellent job, Poundcake.
Give him a stern talking to.
Hey, some of it I was like, it's corny, but I'm still going to go with
fun,
it.
though.
Have to.
Yeah.
Listen, we have never cast our stone at the corny glass house around these parts. Alan, I'm a huge Chiefs fan. Patrick Mahomes should bar his tool bag brother from attending games. Yeah, why were people so mad?
Because he was in a roped-off area.
But it was like during a memorial for somebody, too?
Yeah.
No,
during a memorial.
It wasn't during it, but that was a memorial
that spot is reserved. That would be like going to Kent State and going in between. And I know drunk people have done this, but it's still uncool. But it's like going in between the spaces that they have like lit off to symbolize where the body's laid after the Kent State massacre.
Do they have that out there?
Yeah. You never
I've
been
never
to
been to
Kent
Kent
State?
No.
Yeah, no.
We performed there.
The Kent stage. I've never been at the campus of Kent.
Oh.
Well, you know what? 100 years ago, I did. I did it when I did a stand-up show at that basement cafeteria or whatever.
The Rathskeller.
The Rathskeller. Yeah, but that was like a decade ago, and I wasn't taking a campus tour. I just pulled up and went in.
I've been on that campus a ton of times.
So
I've
they
never
have-
actually been to that memorial that you're talking about.
So they have like pillars that represent the people who.
It's not pillars. They're like white cones, and they light
Wow.
up. And it boxes off like the little each body. Like where they lay.
It makes
there.
perfect sense. It just never occurred to me that they have that out there.
And
now you know where to do your TikTok dance.
So it's like on the quad or what?
It's
It's like on a big patch of grass.
No, it's in the parking lot where the shooting happened. Like that's where the people were protesting, and that's where
They have white cones in the parking lot that you have to like navigate around. Where
people don't park there. It's not a parking lot.
It's a memorial parking lot.
It's like I don't know how to explain it because I'm not familiar with Kent's campus that well.
Okay.
But they have like these little white cone thingies, and they light up. And I remember because we took a tour there, and they told us that, and I'm like, how many drunk people have walked through these or like thrown up in that spot, and no one can really say anything because it's like, oh, they didn't mean to, but it's still disrespectful. People haven't defaced it or kicked it over.
Mm-hmm.
College students don't care.
Interesting.
Google
okay.
it.
Huh?
Google
I
it.
believe you.
Google it, bitch.
I believe you. I got to take a break. If you want to get a text in for anything, 35192. If you want to hit us up at alancoxshow.com for anything, you can there. And you can listen wherever you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland.
Wait, girl, we gotta get a pen and paper. Okay. Well, can we call right now? We gotta call. Get the phone. Can we get the facts?
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Cavaliers start the regular season tonight. You'll hear it on WMMS, your FM home for Cleveland Cavaliers basketball. 8 o'clock is your tip-off in Memphis against the Grizzlies. So tune into that. You can also listen on the free iHeartRadio app if you're around but not by the radio. Listen to it there. We're going to get Terry the Goat's Week 7 picks tomorrow. Whether or not she picks the Cleveland game, which starts off Week 7 tomorrow night here in town, don't know yet, but we'll go through them. She had a rough week last week. So we'll see what she comes up with tomorrow for the new week. Hey, Rod.
Hey, Alan.
What's going on?
Hey, just wanted to call in. Poundcake's not entirely accurate about what? I work at Kent, and from 2018 to end of 2020, my job was actually leading the planning efforts for the 50th commemoration of May 4th. The parking lot that he's talking about is still an active parking lot, but there are 4 permanent areas marked off where the students that died, their locations. It's like a rectangular location over the parking space. Each space has a couple of like stone granite stanchions that do light up, and a plaque with the name of each student that was killed.
Okay.
It's very nice. And then there's a marker for each one of the students, the 9 students that were wounded. And the whole area is actually a National Historic Landmark.
I got to get out and see that.
I have a question, though. How many times did you have to deal with drunk college students not caring, taking pictures by it or being disrespectful? Drunk people falling over it?
Not much, actually. The only thing that most people actually very surprisingly are respectful. You probably get a few. There was a few times like a car might have accidentally, sideswiped, knocked into one when going through the parking lot. But actually people were very, very respectful. When you're there, it's a whole different occasion, you look at it differently, and it's very solemn to be standing where, 4 students that were 18 to 21 years old died and got killed.
Yeah, it's a dubious honor, but there aren't a lot of universities that can lay claim to something like that.
No, it's not, but, the president has said that it's, really made us unique because of the lessons we have learned from it. And I think one of the things people don't realize is that at that time you had to be 21 years of age to vote in this country. And what happened at Kent State started a movement that actually lowered the voting age to 18. So it did have a national impact on the country, the voting rights, and helping to end the Vietnam War.
Yeah. I mean, people take it for granted, I think, in Ohio, but yeah, Kent State is associated with that, kind of singularly, yeah.
Yeah, and so, you know what, you should come down and take a look at it on the campus. There's a visitor center with a museum. It's a walking tour. And, it is a very, like you said, solemn type of an event, but it is a historic event and, one that can really change your viewpoint on a lot of things.
Indeed. Okay, hey, thanks, Rod. I appreciate it.
Hey, man, good job. Thanks, guys.
Thank you, pal. There's Rod, who's out there working at Kent State. And the 50th anniversary passed, correct? It was like May 4th of 2018?
Yes, it was May 4th.
Is that where May the 4th be with you came from?
I don't think so.
Oh. No. Oh, so it was last year was the 50th anniversary. May 4th, 1970.
All the years.
So many years.
At least it's a nice round number.
Yes. Well, and preceded by only 2 years with the WMMS 50th anniversary. I'll see there are only a handful of radio stations around this country that can lay claim to being around for half a century. There's KSHE in St. Louis. I have a friend that works there. WDVE in Pittsburgh, my former sister station. WMMR in Philly. And I think we preceded I think we might have been the first one to hit. Maybe Keishi earlier.
I thought MMR hit before us.
Did they? Yeah, maybe they did.
And then I think DVE was like the year after us.
There you go.
Year 2 after
And there are some stations, if they could have held on a little bit longer, they would have made it. Yeah, the Loop, my former station in Chicago, would have made it, but it was not to be. Alan Cox Show After Hours line, you can always leave a message there if you got something quick you want to drop on us.
Wait, do you want them to be quick or do you want really long messages?
Listen, dealer's choice. It's just that...
Something quick and to the point works better for the radio show.
To me, I would try to treat it as though you would a live call.
Do you ever get people that call in and they just like burp or like belch and then hang up? Like, do you get that on the After Hours line?
Do I on the After Hours line?
Yeah. I feel like you have to filter a lot of crap, and I don't know. I've never checked it. But.
No, I don't. No, I mean I'll have people that. Well, there's one guy that calls and leaves like awful rap bars, and so I don't care about that. Some people will call drunk. We used to run a drunk dial line here that I would. It was very labor intensive because I would go through them over the weekend, and then I'd play some on Monday or Tuesday. But it just got to the point where it stopped being fun. And the pleasure and pain axis shifted very quickly in the drunk dial line. But it was fun while it lasted.
Hi, Alan. I called before, and I'm not sure where I got cut off, so I'm just going to say this all over again. This is Susie, and I was listening to the show this afternoon, and you were talking about the drumming documentary, Count Me In. I've got to check that out. But interesting fact, when my husband and I got engaged, he gave me a drum kit instead of an engagement ring because we're both drummers. But a few years back, he used to play live a lot and was no longer in a band. And so he got really frustrated because the drums are in the basement and he wanted to sell them. And I convinced him not to because drumming is a great way to de-stress. So don't ever sell your drums. Even if you stay away from it for months, it's something you can always come back to. And it's something that'll always bring you joy. It sure brings us a lot of joy. So, but thanks for a great show. You always do an awesome show.
Okay. Hey, thanks, Susie. I appreciate that. Yeah, no, listen, I think I don't think I'm going to be selling my drums, right? They're there, and I'd like to be able to play them more, but it's not in the cards. Maybe I'll just take up something that I can take with me.
Fight Club. Traveling Fight Club.
Can you set them
Flight Club?
No, Traveling Fight Club.
Fight Club?
Yeah.
That's not a musical instrument.
You can take it with you, though.
I can take my Fight Club with me?
Mm-hmm. You guys get a van.
How about Flute Club?
Flute Club, I could be on board with that. But then I'd have to get into Jethro Tull.
You don't have to. There's other ways to enjoy the flute.
What are the other flute-centric rock bands?
It doesn't have to. It doesn't have to be a rock band.
I'm a rock guy. I like rock and roll.
This is how you expand your horizons.
Oh,
you just
yeah.
get into some classical.
Okay, some classical gas.
I mean, you got Lizzo. Lizzo flutes. She plays the bitch flute.
She's a flautist.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, okay.
Portable drum kit.
Well, for people who ever saw Fleetwood Mac back in the day, Mick Fleetwood had this wearable drum kit. He had created this suit where he could bang on his body and kind of replicate. It was pretty cool. I mean, it was a novelty.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Mick Fleetwood's, I don't know if he shows up in anybody's top 10 list of drummers, but again, you know, your job is to keep the time. That's your one job, and everything else is gravy. So, you know,
Dude,
whatever.
I think
Yes.
McDonald's is leaving a lot on the table with these celebrity meals and not having a Mick Fleetwood or a Fleetwood Mac.
A Fleetwood Big Mac?
Yes! Or a Mick Fleetwood sandwich. Come on.
Yeah, but a lot of people don't know who, you know, the farther away you get from a band's heyday, the fewer people are even familiar with them. You're not going to get kids who even know who Fleetwood Mac is.
I guess.
Yeah, but because of
Because
that
of the
viral
name.
video last year.
Yeah, that guy with the ocean spray.
Yeah.
Well, they know the song, but I mean, that might have, Yeah.
So it's all you need is just a start. So you go, and then the kid goes to McDonald's like, Fleetwood Mac. I thought that was just a band that my dad or my grandpa listened to.
My grandpa.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so nice that your grandpa took you to the Fleetwood Mac show. Listen, I love Fleetwood Mac, and I don't care who knows it, quite frankly. Big Fleetwood Mac fan.
It's good music.
They can do no wrong in my eyes.
Your left palm is itchy?
My left palm is itchy, yes. What does that mean?
You're going to give away money.
Is that what it means?
Dead serious.
What does it mean if you're... Dead serious. What does it mean if your right palm is itchy?
You're going to receive money.
Oh, really? Huh. You know, because there's so many other areas of history in which the left hand is considered evil or sinister. It literally comes from the Latin for sinister.
I don't think I have it backwards.
I bet you do, because that would be a very rare occurrence in which the left hand meant something positive. In this case, getting money. In every other instance throughout history or religion or...
Oh, yeah. Left means money is being paid out.
Right.
You're giving money
right.
with left.
That
You're
makes sense.
Money.
Right. Left's always bad. Always
That's
bad.
That's what I said. I said your left palm is itchy. That means you're going to give away money.
No, you said I'm going to get money.
No, I didn't.
No, she said that was
Oh, she did?
No. I said right palm means you're going to receive money. I had it right. Don't make me question myself. He doesn't even listen to the show.
She's like, don't make me question my made-up palm predictions.
It's in the Farmer's Almanac.
The hell does that mean?
That it's transcribed, so it's got to be real.
You mean the same book that people go to tell us what kind of winter we're going to have also says an itchy palm means you're going to give away money?
Mm-hmm. Or lose money. You don't necessarily have to give it to somebody.
Well,
but
what is
money
it?
Going out?
Well, there's two different things, though. Does it make a distinction between losing and, let's say, you're donating? That would make it be quite altruistic. We're just losing money.
I think it's just money going out.
Money going out
versus money coming in.
All right. So accounts payable, accounts receivable.
Yes.
That's how this lays out.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Well, yes, my left palm is itchy.
Do you have any bills due?
Try licking it.
Coming up, or are you?
I always have bills due.
Is your bookie
yes.
texting you?
No, I don't have those kind of. No, I don't have a bookie hitting me up. Nothing like that. No. I'm not gambling my money.
I don't know what you're doing.
I'm not gambling. I have no interest in that.
Do you have to pay for a good and/or service?
I have to pay for everything.
Maybe it's itching because you're going to give me a raise.
Ooh!
You think that's what it is?
Well, I'm not the one who gives raises around here.
You're going to write a letter of recommendation.
That's not on me. Yeah, well, I've written many already. See how far that goes.
Oh, man.
Yes. Dear Dave iHeartMedia.
Davey.
Give Mary more money. P.S. Give Poundcake less.
Whatever. I'm grateful I have a job. Alan was talking about before I got hired on. He was like, listen, I don't know how we're going to get the money, but we're going to start a GoFundMe or a Kickstarter. And I was thinking to myself, I'm like, this is going to go real far.
Right.
I can't wait to see the fans demanding, you got Justin, your dad died. And he was like, listen, you should give the fans an explanation or you pay the fans back.
It's Justin. Don't know if you still got any of that money, but I don't know what's up.
We want our money back and you can fire Poundcake. Like, Jesus. But thanks, anyways, Alan.
Yeah, again, I don't do the firing around here either. I consult on firings, but I don't do the firing.
You ever do? But you can initiate firings, right?
I certainly can.
Where you
yes.
say, "Hey, I don't want this guy on my show anymore."
That's right. If I went and said,
right.
I'd like you to fire this person on my show, yes. But even that, there would probably be, because everybody's so worried now. I mean, there are companies hanging on to people way longer than they should because they have to think about things like, are they going to sue us because they're a chick? Or are they going to, let's say
black and gay.
We're solid, dude.
You laugh. You laugh.
Like, how would you like a position where you do next to nothing and you get paid for it? Do I get vacation time? No. Sure, I'll take it. Mm-hmm. You mean I have a job now where I do next to nothing and do I get to do the Poundcake sports break? No. Even better.
You laugh. But it happens all. There's a guy, we've been talking about these radio companies with these vaccine mandates, and there's people that are like, leaving their jobs. They're not getting fired. They're leaving their jobs because they won't get the vaccine. One of these guys who left one of these talk stations or something, he's suing for religious discrimination.
Oh, come
over the vaccine. But you knew this is where it was going to go, even though there's no religion that says don't get vaccinated. But that's what these people are going to do. So yeah, I've been privy to people around here who have been kept around a lot longer than they should have been, simply because companies like, well, we have to, You're
just kind of waiting them out in a lot of cases.
Yeah, but those people hang on, boy, because they don't stay employed because of their ability. They stay employed because they know what cards they hold. Now, if Poundcake was awful at his job, and I went to them and I said, I want to replace Poundcake, it wouldn't be as simple as them going, okay, we'll bring him in.
I'm trying to imagine the scenario where he's awful at his job.
I'm just saying.
In an alternate universe, Bill, where he's, no, Poundcake does a fine job. And so it would be a matter of them going, well, we need to talk about this.
Did you not like his swallowing spook take? I'm about to litigate this.
No, I thought it was spook-taki.
Spook-taki.
They're like, Alan, we have years of recordings of you shooting him with a gun. I don't know.
And saying he molests children. He was defaming my character.
I'm not really sure. This is a good idea.
Guys, that's called theater of the mind. Okay, perhaps you've heard of it. That's right.
Cash money. $10,000. Rich bitch.
$10,000. Oh boy.
He didn't even go that high. I think he said 2,000.
Did you say $2,000?
I said 10.
Yeah,
he did say 10.
Ooh, it feels so good to be fired. Ooh, it feels so good.
Yeah, that's right. Now, anyway.
So you have money going out, is what you're trying to get.
Yeah, money going out.
Your left palm being itchy.
Yeah. Yeah, okay. I don't, I haven't consulted an almanac in a long time.
Well, maybe you should.
What else do you consult an almanac for? I only hear it in association with weather. And I don't even know what the hell that means. They're like, hey, this book that farmers wrote.
Almanac.
Right.
I think it's just wives' tales.
That's what I thought too, but then why does anybody ever refer to an almanac? They go, based on the almanac.
Like sports almanacs for like
but what does that mean?
Stats. That's mostly stats.
So it's just a recording of things that have already happened?
Yeah.
That must be it then.
But then how does that predict what's going to happen weather-wise?
That I don't know.
They don't use a sports almanac to predict what's going to happen.
But you can use the statistics to say, okay, most of the time this is what happens. So they're like, hey, anybody who's ever had an itchy left palm, what happens next? And if a lot of them are like, man, I lost some money.
Yeah.
Car broke down, wasn't expecting it, left palm itched,
What would be the appropriate control group size for the itchy left palm double-blind study? Almanac provides data on the rising and setting times of the sun and the moon, the phases of the moon, the positions of the planets. Yeah, this all feels pre-science to me. This all sounds very agrarian. Huh?
That is science.
Yeah, they just didn't know that, though. They didn't know how to apply science to the phases of the moon. There's like, moon high in sky,
Long winter. Yeah,
Long winter.
Maybe.
All right. Because you do hear that a lot. They go, according to the Farmer's Almanac, it's going to be a brutal winter. I'm like, I don't know what those words mean. What does that mean? And we just all take it like,
yeah, sure, yeah, bad winter.
Almanac.
Well, we also trust a groundhog for springtime.
No one trusts a groundhog. That's fun.
Hey, I trust that groundhog.
I know. You can't trust a groundhog, Bill. You know that. They always have itchy left paws.
It's because they're always
giving away money.
That's why I trust
losing
them.
bets. Those
One of these days, I'm going to get that money.
Get that hedgehog money or whatever it is.
Groundhog money. That
groundhog
whistle
money.
pig money.
Yeah. I think my grandma had an almanac, and I remember like flipping through it. I was like, what is this? It just seemed like a compendium of nonsense. See, the 2021-22 Winter Outlook, Farmer's Almanac. This part of the country, icy and flaky.
No, not Ohio. Not Ohio.
It's so accurate.
So accurate. Texas, chilled to the bone. Okay.
Be ready, Ted Cruz. You got a vacation coming.
You better book that resort in Tulum. All right. Hey, Mike.
Hey, Alan. Hate the show.
What's going on, man?
Hey, right before you guys wrap up, I wanted to get this in. I'm way behind, but I just had time to call in today after work. You guys were really ragging on Poundcake, and it was really mean about, his pronunciation, and then talking about how mandatory group therapy doesn't exist, and how it's not around. It's all over town. I mean, it happens regularly.
Okay.
Well, yeah, I mean, I love the sessions that Mandy has, but the ones that Tori does are just really, really crappy. I mean, but still, it happens all over town, and really, it was just so mean that you guys were ragging on him for his pronunciation of mandatory, and then, like really trying to destroy these two ladies' wonderful business.
You know, Mike, there's a reason I didn't air this when you left it for me on the After Hours line.
Oh, why's that?
Okay, thank you.
Because we were going to do a big bit on it tomorrow.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Yep, Mandy and Tori.
Mandy and Tori.
Okay, thank you. I got a break. You want to get the last word in, send me a text, 35192, and we'll be back.
It's the
Proudest moment. The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7
WMMS.
Okay, we gotta go. Thanks, guys, for hanging out. We'll do it all over again tomorrow, starting around 2 o'clock. Kevin Bozeman's going to be here tomorrow, too.
Oh, I love Kevin Bozeman.
He's funny.
Very funny doing the weekend at Hilarities. We'll catch up with him. Haven't seen him in a bit. What do you have coming up, William?
Next Thursday is the first High and Dry Comedy Hour with Bill Squire at High and Dry in Tremont. It is a free show, so come and check it out. There's details on my Instagram story. If you swipe up, or no more swipe up. You just click the link that's posted there to get all the information on where it's at and what time and everything. 8 p.m. And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire. Check out the Bill Squire Show podcast, which is available on iHeartRadio and YouTube and wherever you get your podcast. New episode comes tomorrow morning.
Mary?
I am headlining Hilarities Comedy Club, East 4th Street in Cleveland, right here in Cleveland on Thursday, November 4th. So go ahead and get tickets for that. Links are in my bios on social. Mary Santora Comedy on Instagram, Mary_Santora on Twitter.
Poundcake?
Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram, and new Poundcake podcast at AlanCoxShow.com.
Cool. Okay, thanks, guys. I'm out there at Alan Cox Show. If you missed anything today or just want to relive a very special episode, the iHeartRadio app help you out. Week in Cox, by the way, it airs live Sunday mornings. Looking ahead to that, 8 to 10. It's 2 hours of the best stuff from the week, but that is also available in podcast form as well. I'll be doing the Cox Out pregame tomorrow night downtown. We do it before all of the Browns home games at the Ivy, and tomorrow night's no different. So I'll scoot from the show downtown, probably get there around 7. Ivy's right there at West 6th and Lakeside. So we'll party pregame tomorrow night downtown, so mark that somewhere. And if you need to leave us a message between now and tomorrow, you can do it. The After Hours line, 216-986-8903. Cabs in a bit. 8 o'clock is the